Good afternoon, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order and welcome you to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, May 9th, 2023. This is just a reminder that this is a Committee of the Whole meeting and no decisions will be made here today. There will only be recommendations, so we'll go to our next regular council meeting on Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023 for consideration. I ask you all to make sure your cell phones are muted or turned off so that we have a fairly large crowd today, just so we don't have a lot of interruptions. Thank you. Just a couple of announcements. Melanoma and Skin Cancer Awareness Month is this month. As May marks both Melanoma and Skin Cancer Awareness Month and the beginning of the summer weather, it is imperative that word gets out to remind everyone of the importance of sun safety. Councillor Smeaton will speak more on the awareness of the most common of all cancers. Councillor Smeaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, recently a constituent of ours, a friend of mine and Lindsay's celebrity, Daryl James, lost his mother, Bonnie, to melanoma skin cancer. And by the time she was diagnosed, it was already stage 4. The important and tragic piece to this diagnosis was that Bonnie had no evidence of her cancer at all, not one mark showing an indication of a need for attention or alarm. Daryl was strong enough to hope helping others might be something that honors Bonnie's memory. The Save Your Skin Foundation has an initiative in May, municipalities like ours announcing the month, as you just did, Melanoma and Skin Cancer Awareness Month. In 2021, 50 Canadian municipalities across 10 provinces answered the call, and this year we proudly join other municipalities as well. As a 1970s child, I still crave the feeling of sun on my skin, and am habitually tempted to not wear any sunscreen when I play catch with Harrison. I've promised Daryl this will be no longer. So let's lather up, make time to find shade, and respect the power of the sun to stay safe for the people we love and who love us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to share a little background on a speech disorder that not everyone is familiar with. Childhood apraxia of speech is a motor speech disorder in young children. It affects approximately 1 to 2 children per 1,000. In our community, that's about 80 to 160 children who are affected. Children with childhood apraxia of speech have difficulty planning and producing precise movements of the tongue, lips, and jaw that are necessary for speech. Public awareness is essential for families of children with this disorder, as well as the professionals who support them. So I just wanted to make you aware of that as well. We'll get into our agenda. I have a motion to adopt the agenda. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the agenda today? Seeing none, should any arise, advise the chair, and we'll deal with them accordingly. Item 4 on the agenda is deputations, and our first deputation is by Helen Yazdani and Edward de Jong. Request for an encroachment agreement for a sign at Ski Hill Road and Bethany Hills Road in Bethany. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Elmsley and council members. The Bethany Baha'i Center of Learning is a non-profit educational facility operated under the guidance of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Canada, which took possession of this 12-acre land property on April 30th, 2022. The property consists of 120% capacity dormitory and accessory building designed for educational activity. The BBCL is requesting the approval of a sign encroachment agreement for an existing sign located within the road allowance of Ski Hill Road and Bethany Hills Road. Some background information. BBCL representatives inquired about the legitimacy of an existing sign affiliated with the previous landowner located within the city's road allowance. The chief building official informed us that the Public Works Department were agreeable to allow the sign to remain on their road allowance provided we enter into an encroachment agreement, license agreement. After commissioning a survey, an application was made to Realty Services. On January 23rd, we were informed that the land management team would not approve our request, as they felt our only regulatory signs should be located on the road. No other objections was given there. The BBCL contests this decision on the following grounds. The existing sign is in a location where no regulatory sign would reasonably be installed. The sign does not present any additional sightline constraints. There has been no reported collision attributed to the sign based off available data from City of Kawartha Lake. The sign has been in this present location for at least 15 years. And in the handout, there is a picture of where the sign is, and the sign is 15 meters away from Ski Hill and 5 meters away from the Bethany Hills. So under the Ontario Traffic Manual Book 1B, sign design principles, the basic horizontal mounting offset for sign in rural area without raised curbs is 2 to 4 meters from the outside edge of the outer traffic lane, which the sign which is there is 15 meters and 8 meters away from the lane. Should a regulatory sign be installed in this area, the request would not present a visual conflict due to its distance from roadway and elevation on a bear. No reasonable driver would expect road safety information to be located in such a location related to their travel lane, including regulatory warning and green information signs. And on the handout that you have, there is a picture of both the sign and in regard to both the road, Ski Hill and so thank you for letting us present, and we are ready to answer any question if it's required.
Thank you. Let's get a motion to receive your presentation first, and then we'll see if there are any questions. Deputy Mayor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Smeaton. Deputy Mayor Richardson, you have a question.
Well, not so much a question, more of a comment. Thank you again for coming today and doing your deputation. And I am in full support of your request at this time. Growing up in the area, I actually knew the original owners of Saddlewood and Bethany Hills School. So yes, a sign has been there for a long time, let's put it that way. And I recognize where it is. You are on a road that is a dead-end road, so your traffic is very limited. Mm-hmm. And I know the sight lines wouldn't be, skewed right there. So at this time, you have my full support, and I think that your sign should go up. Thank you.
And the sign is already there. We are just putting our name in there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? So we have a motion to receive that this recommendation, that the deputation of the Bethany Baha'i Center of Learning regarding a request for an encroachment agreement for a sign at Ski Hill Road and Bethany Hills Road, Bethany, be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. We have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you, and you're most welcome to drop by for a visit. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next deputation is a request for legislation regarding oil spills near lakefront communities, and we have Ms. Jackie Hallowell. You have 5 minutes. Begin whenever you wish.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor Elmsley and Council. I'm Jackie Hallowell, a resident of Thurstonia Park, and today I am here to ask that careful care and consideration be discussed about the future of home heating sources of oil, near our beautiful lakes here in City of Kawartha Lakes. The oil spill that was recently discovered in Thurstonia Park on March 30th, 2023, marks the fourth oil spill in Kawartha Lakes water since 2008. It is the second that has caused a financial burden on the municipality for cleanup, thus falling on to all taxpayers. In 2008, Mayor at the time, Rick McGee, stated there continues to be legal costs the city is trying to recoup cleanup costs on behalf of all taxpayers. He added that it was a precedent-setting case, and if the city were to win, it would save them from paying similar costs in the event of a future environment crisis involving a private party in future. Here we are in the future, and the city remains responsible financially for this cleanup now. Should all the taxpayers suffer the consequences when a spill happens? Ontario households make up about 352,000 homes that heat with oil. At a cost of about $5,000 per home to change heating source, it seems like a drop in the bucket of cost for the province to share as grants to switch residents over. Residents lose their water during these spills, with either wells or lake source being contaminated. Oil can contaminate soil samples for 20 to 30 years. Marine life is at risk. Many I have spoken to, including a marine biologist, state that during spring spawning, an oil spill could have many devastating effects. Adult fish exposed to oil may experience a number of lethal impacts. A female walleye can deposit anywhere from 60,000 to 250,000 eggs. Out of those, 5 to 20% hatch. 0.7 of those make it to adult stage. 0% survive when they are contaminated by oil. We had walleye spawning our whole 5-kilometer lakefront in and outside of the booms. Oil is 1.4 more times polluting than natural gas and 102 times more polluting than hydroelectricity. We strive for a cleaner environment, so why are these spills continuing to happen over and over? A legislation should be considered to mitigate the environmental impacts of our freshwater sources. When a spill happens, it affects everyone. Residents drawing off the lake were without water from April 3rd to the 26th of April, when an advisory for wells on Hilltop was put in place afterward. Hardly fair for all of us to suffer when one residence is responsible for when these spills happen. The financial burden the 2008 spill in Thurstonia caused should have been a time to set aside some type of an emergency response fund or a risk management plan. Yet there hasn't been. If you continue to allow oil heat near our lakes, I feel that it's time to protect all taxpayers from the impacts of cleanup. Kawartha Conservation said in an article that it is their goal to ensure the long-term sustainability of a Sturgeon Lake ecosystem that provides a high-quality destination for living, working, boating, swimming, fishing, tourism, and access to water for household use. We need to remember that 2.7% of Canadians make up oil users for home heating across Canada. It's time to make a change that will not only save our environment, but the financial strain cleanup costs are. Taxpayers have no idea to date how much this will cost their municipality, but I imagine it's more than the $1.5 million that it would roughly cost in provincial grants to move away from oil heat near lakes in Ontario alone. The unknown cost, environmental impacts, and general management concerning the spill has been very little correspondence, leaving taxpayers with more questions than answers on a matter that will affect them through their taxes. I feel that it's time that a change be considered to set all taxpayers' minds at ease, and I would like to add, too, that during all of this, I have received a fair amount of disregard when asking questions all residents are entitled to ask. Thurstonia residents have been brushed off, it seems, which is unacceptable. However, the dedication to the matter from our councillor, Ron Ashmore, has been exceptional, and we appreciate it. I want to thank you all for your time, and I hope that you all give this some very careful care and consideration, considering we're moving forward, being environmentally sound, giving out awards. It's time that we make this change together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I get you to stand there in case there are questions. I have a motion to receive and forward to the next regular council meeting. Councillor Warren, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Warren.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for coming, and I was around when the original one
I know, you were
happened.
our
It
counselor
was-
at the time.
I know, and we tried to get the province to belly up to the bar at the time.
Yeah.
And the insurance wasn't enough for the homeowner, and that's how that escalated. But my question to you is have you reached out to the province? Because this is really a provincial issue that you get them to move forward with getting away from oil.
Yes, so my hope is that by coming to council today, it is documented. I have reached out to our MPP's office concerning the oil spill, to which we get returned back to the city of Kawartha Lakes for answers. It happens. It seems to be a bit of a too many cooks in the kitchen situation that happens, and we get told when we reach the reach the MPP's office that this is a municipal matter, and then when we reach them, we're told to contact the Ministry of Environment, but the Ministry of Environment says, we're only the regulatory service. We do what we're told, and the city of Kawartha Lakes pays for all that we're doing. So that's why I came to you first, and hoping that maybe we can get somewhere from here and move forward with the province as well, as other provinces are moving away from oil heat.
Just, that's the whole point, it's regulatory, right? So that's what, they should be doing something. Thank you.
All right.
Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, thank you. Through you too, Jackie. Thanks for coming today and presenting to everybody here, council and staff and the public. Yeah, it was quite an experience, and it's not the first time that this has happened. Apparently, it's happened. It has happened. Well, not apparently. It has happened. Documented in 4 different places. I believe you mentioned Washburn Island and Balsam Lake also had oil spills, and we've had 2 here. This is the second one here in Thurstonia in the last 12, 13 years. I think one of the worst emotions anybody can feel is panic, and a lot of people felt panic, and they were at unease as to where to turn to. You certainly did your best. You were helping neighbors and your family, and I certainly tried my best, and and our city staff tried our best. It was really frustrating to try and get straight answers from MOE and health unit and the contractors who were doing the cleanup, and we also had ice where the barriers were, and then the wind came in and blew the barriers up, and then the oil seeped underneath, and it was quite a challenge. So it was the time of the year. However, we need to get some sort of emergency preparedness plan in place so that when this does happen again, and whether it's an oil spill or something else, we need to be better prepared. So if something good comes out of this whole thing, being prepared for the next time and would be good. So again, thanks for coming. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And if at the very least that's what happens, I hope that some risk management plan gets talked about around the council chambers, that, in future, if this is a provincial matter and it isn't going to go any further from here, that at least that comes into play.
I will tell you that the Source Water Protection Group, which was formed after Walkerton, are looking at oil tanks and regulating them in what they call the source protection area. So that would be from where people take drinking water. And I know that it's active on their horizon, and they are dealing with it. And I'm not sure when anything will come from it, but I know that they are looking at it very, very closely.
Excellent.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next Our next item is Mr. Craig Mould talking about docking matters at Rivera Park in Lindsay. And I think you have some photos that were put in your yellow folder. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thanks, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me here today in the matters about Rivera Park and the issues I've seen. I've lived in Lindsay for over 20 years, had a business for 18 years in town, grew up in the area, and been boating for 49 years. I'd like to speak to some problems and concerns I've encountered in the last 4 years where I've docked my boat in Rivera Park. The major one, I think, would be the huge increase of fishing groups that come to Rivera Park late in the evening. They stay 12, 24, 36 or more hours. They set up camp on the docks, and there's usually more than a dozen people at one time, and they just live there. Each person has 3 fishing rods. They have a stand that facilitates the 3 rods, and they take over the whole area. There's beeping devices that allow them when there's a hit on their rods, and they bait the waters with corn and other food for the fish to be attracted to. There's lights, there's noise, there's garbage, they eat the whole time. They block the entire space so people can't walk by, boats can't dock. They've often got aggressive and told people, you can't dock here, we're fishing, or they can't walk by, or they can't even drive by because they don't want to roll in their lines. So it's become very problematic. They're very noisy, and when I've talked to them, they said pretty well, it's my right to be here. So we're not leaving, we can do what we want. They've also disclosed that they've driven for many hours to be here. So these aren't local people coming. They're people from wherever, the GTA or further. Last year, I know at least twice the police were called. I called them once. Another boater called them a second time. And only once they were actually removed, and that was only because there was a tent. And you can't have a tent or you can't camp at the Rivera Park. So that's why they were removed. There's a huge increase of garbage, alcohol consumption, and the washrooms might be open during the day, but they're using the beautiful gardens that our parks work on as washrooms. Even in the daytime, I've seen that. It's very disgusting. I've talked to other cruiser owners that have pulled in for the night, paid, and left the next day because they say, we were kept up all night. We don't feel safe going to the washroom because of these fellas and groups that are fishing. I think you've got some pictures of the rocks they use and some of the people sitting around. It's not people having a comfortable fish. It's people that I call harvesting. They're taking all the fish and going with them. And this happens almost every weekend during the week. It's become a huge problem, I think. I've contacted the ministry, and the ministry told me through my description that what they're doing is illegal. I got a case number. That was 3 years ago. I've never heard anything since. Last year when I brought my cruiser in May about this time, the whole dock, so 500 feet, was filled with fishermen. I pulled up and called out, could you please move? I want to bring my boat in. And begrudgingly they did, but again, they told me it's our right to be here. So it is a big problem. There's 100 feet north of the docks, 1,000 feet south of the docks of green space and grass where they could fish, but they all want to be right on the docks. So that's been a problem. The other thing is cruisers come in, you expect to pay. That's not a problem. You want power, you want access to washrooms and showers and water. And the problem's been with the 4 years I've been down there, the staff is great, don't get me wrong. They do a wonderful job, but they're not there on a regular basis. And cruisers are coming in, they want to pay. You can do it online now, so that's been a great thing. I've helped them do that. I've actually got keys that I could give out once I know they're paid, but it's getting the power, because the power is turned on in the north end of the washrooms, which is a little utility room where they have to flip a breaker. So lots of times the staff don't get down in time, the boaters are just, will go somewhere else, because most cruisers, you want to hook up to power. You don't want to use your own portable water and fill up your black tanks, and so you want the keys, you want the power. So that's been a bit of a problem. I've actually had the staff call me and say, can you be down here and meet some boats? Get them in, give them a key, get them signed up as long as they pay. So that's what I've been doing for the past 4 years. Also, I've had cruisers pull up and they see my boat there. I help them in and they say, I'm so glad I saw your cruiser there because I know it was safe. I could pull in, I know it's deep enough, all was good. It's kind of like driving through a town, seeing a restaurant and there's no one in the parking lot. You might go to Tim's instead. One boat means two. So my proposal is just that I continue to be the liaison for the park, that I continue to have the keys to give out. I make sure people pay. I answer questions. One thing I've done in the past 4 years too is I've gone to the Chamber of Commerce and I have a litany of brochures, events that are happening, walking trails, bike trails, where the liquor store is, how to get people downtown, and it's always been very much appreciated. I've also been the eyes and the ears of the park. I've seen some vandalism by the fishermen. At one point, they chopped out a 2-foot round hole in the concrete so they could have a fire close to the water. So I called the city, and that had to be fixed right away because, of course, it was a slip hazard. But it's just beyond me that somebody would do that. I've seen other instances too, and now it's not my place to confront them necessarily, but make them aware or call bylaw or call the police, which I have done as well.
Can I get you to wrap up, please?
Okay. So my proposal is just that I look after things down there, and for me looking after things, I would clean the washrooms if you wanted me to do that as well. I'm just looking for my dock fees to be waived, to be down there and be the person, the liaison, the contact person. And that's basically why I'm here today. But I thank you for listening, and I'm certainly open to questions, and I support any recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive the deputation and that it be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Smeaton, Councillor McDonald, well, let's see if there are questions. Councillor Smeaton, I think you have one.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Mould for coming. He got a hold of me a few months ago with these concerns and more, and I'd like to take this opportunity on his behalf and mine to thank Jen Johnson. We made sure that we spoke to the people who are responsible, and she really enjoyed your meeting as well. I know Mr. Shanks as well has had contact with Ms. Johnson, and so it was something. She said, you know what, it was a really great chat. It brought to light a few things that, so thanks for doing this. And I know that she mentioned to me yesterday morning as well that she looks forward to follow up as well, and more conversations. So obviously some very interesting things. I just want to make it clear that what you're proposing, just so it's, because there was a lot of conversation, short period of time, you're proposing that your dock fees be waived if you were to be at the dock permanently, and as a result help with some of the things that you feel you've been helping with already, with the understanding that you've met with Manager Johnson, and that there are still conversations to have and parameters and these different things. But that is the bottom line, is you would like your fee waived and in return some services presented that you feel we need. Does that sum it up pretty well?
Absolutely. To bring boaters in, to make them comfortable about the surroundings, what they need to do, get them paid up, get them a key, get their power on. And you know, it's been smooth last year when I was able to do that. I just want it more.
The only other question I would have really quickly is, and it is only a guess, and I understand that, but in your opinion, as a boater, a real honest answer, in your opinion, if you're not there and those docks, where the docking is full of people fishing, because I fish there with my son down on the grass side, as you said, is there for us to do. I would never have thought of fishing where a dock boats. You're saying that happens a lot, and in your opinion, boaters consciously miss our docks and move on to other municipalities and spend their money as a result of that empty dock at night? You feel that people aren't staying because it seems odd that no other boats are there. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I've seen a boat pay and then the next day get up and move down to just below the Legion and dock there. He said it was sketchy, but it was quieter. He didn't get bothered all night. And I've had other boats say they just would not come back because they're kept up all night. So it is an issue.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned something about you'd like to keep your keys. Is somebody planning on taking your keys away from you?
No, those are the keys to the washroom. So I got given about a dozen last year, and when boats came and I knew that they paid, they got a key right away rather than waiting for city staff to get there. Now last year the power was left on the whole summer because that was an issue, is getting somebody down there to turn on the power. But that also meant that boaters were coming in, I'm not going to pay, I got power. So there was no way to get that power turned off to them. And you know, if that happened in the future, if you don't want to pay, I can't make you pay. I can't say you can't be here, but I'm going to make sure that you don't have power or access to the washrooms. You're just going to have access like the general public that would come down there to enjoy the park, and it is such a beautiful park.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, thanks very much for coming in today. And I know I've tried to go and put a boat in there and felt like I was going to get a hook in the head. So I know that there is a concern. I was just wondering if Director Shanks maybe can give us a little bit more background on it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council. So there's certainly some validity to what Mr. Mould is saying, and as Councillor Smeaton indicated, staff have spoken with him and we're reviewing the situation. Certainly, if the bylaw needs to be reworked from where fishing can happen in that park or other cityfront or waterfront properties that the city owns across the city. So staff are going to review that. In relation to some of the general items that are being mentioned here, the suggestion that staff would make is that it be referred to staff for a report back so that we can address all of them. Certainly, while I'm not doubting that keys were given out to Mr. Mould, that's opposed to city policy. It's not something that would have been authorized. There are health and safety concerns, unfortunately, that regard to that. So, like I said, I would respectfully request that staff be directed to report back so we can comment on all the various items.
Gil?
Thank you for that as well, and if that's possible, I think that we should move ahead and get that report so we can make a decision, and if changes need to be made or bylaws reviewed, I think it's prudent at this time to move forward with that direction.
I think we can do that at council. So we have a motion. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next item is item 4.4, which is concerns regarding the closure of the emergency department at Minden Hospital. We have Ms. Lisa Wren and Mr. Richard Bradley. You have 5 minutes. Begin whenever you wish.
Okay, sweet. Thank you very much. Hello, and good afternoon. My name is Lisa Wren, and Richard Bradley wasn't able to join me today. I'd like to say good afternoon to everyone. I'm here to talk to you about the potential closing of the emergency room in Minden, Ontario. I'm sure that you're familiar with the issue. I've been a local resident for 20 years, and prior to that, a seasonal resident for 40 years. I have a long history in the community, great-grandparents through to my children. I come from a line of community business owners, employees, community leaders, volunteers, board members, volunteers at schools, food banks, Cancer Society, community care, cottagers associations, and Girl Guides, just to name a few, well established in City of the Kawartha Lakes. My family supports the local community. That is how I raise my children. You volunteer. I was raised that way as well. I'm here because I need now the support of local government. My community needs the support of local government. I have voted many times for people in this room. I've been here so long that they changed the boundaries and I got to vote for new people. So I've voted for lots of people in this room. And I am looking today for your support and your assistance. The issue today is local council supporting the emergency room to remain open in Minden, Ontario. Your community is in an uproar. I did see your statement of support on the Kawartha Lakes website. I found it hard to find. I need council to help me, my family, and my community to maintain what little healthcare services we have. Please don't tell me there's some sort of safety net in place to prevent further erosion of emergency services, or it's someone else's job. There is no one else. It is our problem. Haliburton Health Highlands Healthcare Services, HHHS, and the Conservative government are absent, and that leaves, as far as I'm aware, local council. So here I am. We have 2 weeks to continue to put pressure on HHHS, Laurie Scott, Sylvia Jones, and Doug Ford. We need to move immediately and sternly. I shouldn't have to explain what a mess this situation has become. HHHS did not consult with community stakeholders, gave the community 5 weeks, maybe 6 weeks notice of the closing of the Minden emergency room. There is no plan in place as to what's going to happen. There's been no communication. But prior to all of this, there was no request from HHHS for help. I'm a volunteer in the community. Maybe I would know people. We could all have helped them out or something. There's no request for help. And here we are. The emergency room is scheduled for closing in 2 weeks. HHHS, they don't care. Lack of action from MPP Laurie Scott. She's just been absent, not returning phone calls, emails. Emails have bounced back from her office and she has been absent. In fact, Sylvia Jones, the Minister of Health, reported in Parliament that Laurie Scott informed her it was a local decision and there was nothing the Ministry of Health could do. This is a Conservative riding, and the NDP had to present a petition from us, her constituents, through 3,300 signatures last week, 8,500 on change.org, and 16,000 additional signatures being delivered by the NDP on Wednesday. So that's a total of 28,500 signatures, which is a lot of people, obviously. Laurie Scott isn't helping. Doug Ford and Sylvia Jones aren't helping. In fact, if you email them regarding the issue, they bounce back. Recipient refused to receive. So I can't even get in touch with my healthcare minister or my premier or my MPP because everything just bounced back. Phone calls are not returned. We all know Ross Memorial is overrun. That I don't have to explain that to you. It is a given. 37% of the visits to the Minden emergency room were from Kawartha Lakes residents. So there's 37% of us in the north going up to Minden. There were 13,000 visits. So City of the Kawartha Lakes represent about 4,800 visits to the Minden emergency room annually. Ross Memorial cannot manage an extra 4,800 visits yearly. Many residents of the north will not travel further to Halliburton, but will go south to Ross Memorial. These are existing residents, not new ones, not all the beautiful housing projects, love the growth and development, all that, but we have to provide a hospital for them. Doctors at Minden Hospital have not announced they are going to Halliburton, which leaves me to wonder who will be staffing the Halliburton site. Like, seriously, we must keep the Minden emergency room open. All right, on to actions. I hope, because we have no time. We have 2 weeks until the close date. I would hope City Council would send a letter today. Well, today, I know you can, I would love today, but because we're out of time, to Laurie Scott, Sylvia Jones, and Doug Ford, demanding the emergency room at the Minden Hospital remain open. I would like Mayor Doug Elmsley to network with Mayor Bob Carter in Minden Hills and the other mayors in Halliburton to create a joint letter of support, keeping the emergency room open, a letter to send to HHHS, Laurie Scott, Sylvia Jones, and Doug Ford. Bob Carter wants your support. I would like City Council to request in writing an open meeting with HHHS to hear their plan for service. I would like networking done with Kelly Isfan at Ross Memorial Hospital to find out what the plan is to accommodate many more emergency room visits.
Can I get you to wrap up, please?
Certainly. I'm sure I've misspoken about responsibilities in the process, but that's your department. I've stepped on toes today, I'm sure, but I can't let that bother me, as I only want the emergency room in Minden Hospital to stay open. The Minister of Health has the power to put the brakes on. I can't get in touch with Laurie Scott. I'm sure there's people who can. I need City Council to advocate on behalf of this full speed. I know that you released a statement recently, but it was a very lovely, very polite statement. And I'm just hopeful that we could turn up the volume on this issue. We only have 2 weeks left for a decision to be made. We're on our own, and we have to advocate for ourselves. I think that you could do more than the polite statement. I have people on standby if we have to go the petition route. I'm tired. I'm exhausted over this. I'm not sleeping at night. I'm shaking right now. I really need your help. So does the Minden emergency room. We can't do without healthcare services. If Minden and Halliburton close, that leaves 4,000 kilometers with no healthcare. If the Minden doctors don't go to Halliburton, they can't staff that site. That's 4,000 square kilometers. It's us at Ross Memorial and then Huntsville.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have to go throw up now. Are there any questions?
I get a motion to receive and refer to the next regular council meeting. Councillor Warren, Councillor Perry. Councillor Warren, you have something?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming. I've been watching what's going on and involved at the periphery, but I've got a motion that the deputation by Lisa Wren be received, and that council supports the Township of Minden Hills efforts regarding the closure of Minden Hospital Emergency Department, that a copy of this recommendation be forwarded to the Township of Minden Hills, Halliburton Highland Health Services, MPP Laurie Scott, and the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, and if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Councillor Ashmore, you're seconding that? Thank you.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
I have been in correspondence with the Mayor of Minden Hills, and I'm Bob Carter, and I asked him if I could read out some of his comments, and he said yes, certain ones anyway. So this is a quote from Bob Carter, the mayor of Minden Hills. "We can't fix Ontario's healthcare system or even the problems in Haliburton County. All that we have asked is for a delay in the implementation of this plan to at least November 1st, so that all the stakeholders can sit at the table and make a plan." He further says, "It is complete folly to fundamentally change the way things have worked for almost 30 years in 6 weeks without prior consultation of the doctors, nurses, staff, EMS, or anybody."
Correct.
He basically went on, so we're basically begging for a delay,
Right.
so we can sit at the table and make some decisions. So also, as you said, 37% of patients use the Minden Emerge, and it's not just the north. I know I'm from Bob Cajun, and also that's part of my ward, as is Kinmount and up north, but a lot of people from Bob Cajun and Fenelon Falls and other points use the Minden Emerge. So I'm hoping that council will support this resolution, and hopefully the Haliburton Highlands Health Services will look at this and at least sit down and talk to the powers that be that make decisions, and because this is an unelected board that is making these big decisions on healthcare for our area, I think they could at least sit down and try to figure out where do we go from here. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none.
We have a motion to receive that separately, Councillor Warren's motion.
Do we want it attached, or we want it? Let's do the receive first, okay, and forward to council. All in favor? And we have a mover and seconder for Councillor Warren's motion. Councillor Perry, you wanted to speak to that?
I just had a quick question for the deputant, if that's all right.
Now we have a motion on the floor.
You passed the time, sorry. We're on a different motion. So, did the seconder wish to speak to this?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the deputy, and thanks to Lisa there for coming today. Thanks for the mover of this, Councillor Warren. As far as the press release, that was one thing that I never saw before it went out. Not that I see things go out, but for the record, I was not in favor of that press release. It was wasn't really. I wouldn't put my name behind it, so that's where I stand on that press release. I was always. To me, you have to stand up, whether it's something if you believe in, and this is certainly something that we believe in. We know that we use this facility. It's a critical infrastructure that we have here, the Minden Emergency Department. And you shouldn't be afraid to stand up against provincial government or federal government or corporations or media, whatever. Like this is what you're doing is right, and what we're doing is right here by this motion. We don't have any competition here as far as healthcare in this country. We have no alternatives. We have what we have. We can't just go down and choose a private hospital and get care. We have to use what we have given to us by the provincial government. This is what we have. And things like, I don't know, like we seem to not learn from our lessons. For example, we had 4 years ago, Ross Memorial Hospital was going to merge with Peterborough Hospital, but that finally was put the kibosh on that, which was great. So people, those unelected administrators, in this case, the HHHS, need to take a lesson from this, and not only the unelected, but the elected officials as well. And whether it's an emergency room closure, a hospital closure, a school closure, a bank closure, it all affects us, and this really affects us here. So I think this is the least we could do is be united in this, and really think that this ER should remain open, and we need to support them. And again, thanks for coming.
Thank you. No, you're finished. You've had your deputation and the opportunity for questions. This is council. Councillor Perry, you.
Thank you, Mayor. The closure of the proposed closure and pending closure of the Minden Hospital, I know impacts all of us. That emergency room saved my Nana's life years ago, and I know we all have stories, not just the folks of Minden and surrounding area, but also I heard a statistic recently that some 37% of users of the Minden ER are from the city of Kawartha Lakes, and that includes people in my ward, Ward 3, and all of our wards. So we certainly do have a stake here municipally in Kawartha Lakes in the proposed closure. And in addition, we have to call upon and support our council colleagues there. I believe that in these cases, certainly we are our neighbors' keepers. And I want to support the resolution in terms of it being supporting the efforts regarding the of our council colleagues, of our township colleagues in that municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, do you want to sum up?
Just briefly, I think if we don't act, if we don't act now, we don't have any chance to. So I hope everybody will support this. I hope it's unanimous going forward. And thank you very much, and thank you for coming. Thanks.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. We have no correspondence today. We'll move on to presentations, and our first presentation is item 6.1 on the agenda, the Environmental Hero Awards. We have Councillor Warren and Ms. Deborah Pearson will be doing these awards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is the.
Do you want to use the? I thought we were doing it from the other podium.
I heard that we were going to do it from here and then move back there to do presentations, but that's fine. This is the enjoyable part of being a counselor. So, but first of all, I want to. I have the pleasure of introducing Deborah Pearson, who is the new chair of the Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee, and she's going to help in the presentation today. So each year, the Kawartha Lakes Environmental Advisory Committee, CLEAC, recognizes individuals and businesses living in Kawartha Lakes who have shown a commitment to improving the wellness of the environment. The Environmental Hero Awards are a chance for residents to nominate environmental change makers in Kawartha Lakes and bring attention to the amazing work that they're doing to help the environment in our community. This year, we have two winners of the Environmental Business Hero Award and 4 winners of the Environmental Hero Award. Today, we're going to introduce you to the award recipients and tell you a little bit about the great things that they're doing for the environment in Kawartha Lakes. So, Country Cupboard. So, our first Environmental Business Hero Award is for Country Cupboard in Fenelon Falls. For those that don't know, Country Cupboard is a health and bulk food store in Fenelon Falls that is committed to the environment, waste-free shopping, and healthy living, and the community. Julia Taylor is the business owner. She's a native of Fenelon Falls, and she's been heavily involved in environmental initiatives in Kawartha Lakes for the past 15 years. She's also served on CLEAC. The community member that nominated Country Cupboard for this award had this to say about the store and Julia. Julia is a leader in ensuring that waste is reduced in Fenelon Falls. She bought the recycling bins for Garnet Graham Park and ensures they are picked up for recycling. Her store, Country Cupboard, is set up for refilling of laundry soap and such. She provides money-back incentives for those that bring their own containers to refill, and also bulk items. Paper bags are only used for customers, and she has educated customers to bring their own reusable bags. So, well done, Julia. Is she here? I don't believe she's here. No. Way done, Julia. Yay. So, okay. Yay. So do you have a Rita? We're going to tag team this.
All right, so our second environmental hero is, I got here, excuse me, my voice isn't good today, Emily Harper. Emily is an early childhood educator in Lindsay, and during Earth Week, she spent the majority of the week teaching her childcare kids about Earth Day and why maintaining a healthy planet and environment is important. Instilling these important values in the next generation is invaluable. Teaching young children how to love and respect the earth is incredibly important, and for that, we are excited to recognize Emily's great work. The community member that nominated Emily for the award had this to say about her work in the community. Emily took her kids out to the forest every day to collect bugs, moss, and other fun things needed to create a mini earth in a jar for the kids to watch grow. Children learned a lot about loving the earth and keeping it safe and healthy. Thank you, Emily, for inspiring your childcare kids to protect the environment and for the great work you're doing to teach the next generation the importance of a healthy earth. We're excited for the opportunity to maybe one day present the same award to one of your future environmentalists. Is Emily here, or is she up there? Where is she? I don't know. Anyway, we'll give her a clap. Gee, these people are at work today. That's what's going on. Right. Yeah. And the next Environmental Hero Award is for a husband and wife team, Richard and Sandy Gowder. Are they here today? Up top. Yay. Oh, hi. Okay, good. The Gowders founded the Plant a Forest initiative in 2019, originally as a way to balance out their carbon footprint from a work trip they took to Belize. As per their website, which is plantaforest.ca, the Plant a Forest initiative is simple, and there's a number of points here, and they're all really quite impressive. First, work with landowners, farmers, and conservation areas to help create biodiversity. Raise money for a few trees and shrubs at a time. Find individuals, families to help with the planting. Include an educational component. Focus on smaller projects. Get matching funding if available and practical. Plant trees in the spring and fall. Learn and blog about the ups and downs. Inspire others to create their own projects. The community member that nominated the Gowders for the award had this to say about their work. Since 2019, Richard and Sandy have been involved in a tree planting campaign. They continue to plant trees and shrubs with support from local farm owners and friends who get involved. Thank you to the Gowders for starting the Plant a Forest program. Congratulations on all of the success the program has had so far. You are definitely making Kawartha Lakes a greener place to live and visit. Keep up the great work. Okay, the next one. Okay, the next one we have is Anne Adair from Bobcaygeon. Anne received multiple nominations for the great work she's done over the past year. Anne moved to the area full-time in 2015, and since then, she's been very actively involved in the volunteer community. She's been responsible for several initiatives that have helped protect our environment over the years.
In 2022 alone, Anne spearheaded and managed several initiatives, including the installation of the kayak racks at Lock 32, the planting of 30 trees at Beach Park, the repair of Bobcaygeon bike share bikes, the launch of the Heritage Walking Tour, and perhaps the most notable, the completion of the Edgewood Wall project and the installation of the first Level 3 electric vehicle charging station in Bobcaygeon. As an active member and director of Environmental Action Bobcaygeon, Anne plans for both upgrading the Bobcaygeon Beach Park and redeveloping Canal Street. She works with the local community businesses to ensure less plastic and styrofoam are used. Sorry, wrong. The community member that nominated Anne for the award had this to say about her work in the community. Anne Adair is the common link and principal coordinator between Environmental Action Bobcaygeon, Impact 32, City of Kawartha Lakes, and Parks Canada, all groups that are working together for a better environment and a better community. And she is therefore my nominee for the City of Kawartha Lakes 2022 Environmental Hero Award. Thank you, Anne, for all the amazing work you've done for our community and for your help making Kawartha Lakes a more environmentally friendly place to live and visit. I personally have enjoyed working with you, and I am amazed at your ability to make things happen. Thanks, Anne. Okay.
Okay, so for Environmental Business Hero Award, our next recipient is Rockwood Forest Nurseries in Cameron. Rockwood Forest Nurseries has been growing trees, shrubs, evergreens, perennials, annuals, and supplying products, excuse me, such as mulch, soil, and aggregates to the residents of Kawartha Lakes across the country for over 30 years. The community member that nominated Rockwood Forest Nurseries for the award had this to say about the business. In 2022, Rockwood Forest Nurseries decided to eliminate all pesticides linked to weed management. You might have to read this.
I don't know if I can, it's pretty small.
Excuse me.
Okay. Instead of using pesticides for weed management, they purchased a machine to remove weeds. As an individual who resides on the property, this makes me very happy, as it is better for our soil. In addition, the business decided to implement worm castings, which helps with the health of the soil and soil fertility. This practice will ensure our soil is healthy and will also reduce the amount of water used to water the plants. Thank you to Rockwood Forest Nurseries for taking the steps needed to reduce the use of pesticides in the area, improve the overall health of your soil, reduce the nursery's water usage, and of course, for providing residents and out-of-town customers with green products grown in an environmentally friendly environment. Well done. Thank you, Rockwood. So, last but not least, that's for sure, we have Will James. Okay, Will is a Lindsay local that goes out of his way to organize groups of people to do litter and waste cleanups around Kawartha Lakes. The community member that nominated Will for the award had this to say about his work in the community. Will is always arranging groups of people to go out and clean up around the city of Kawartha Lakes. I've attached photos from one of his cleanups. There are many more examples online. Will and his friends make Kawartha Lakes a cleaner place to live. Thank you, Will, for organizing these cleanups and for inspiring the people around you to help keep the Kawartha Lakes beautiful. So, well done, Will. I don't know how many... So whoever's here in person, if you'd like to come down, we have some things to give you for all your hard work. And for those who couldn't make it today, will be delivering them. But I also want to thank Pine Needle Farms and Councillor Richardson for donating a red maple to each of the winners. So thank you, Councillor. And also we have some beautiful magazines donated by Kawartha Conservation on pollination to give out to each winner. So thank you very much. So I don't know if you want to come, I don't know if anybody's here. Anybody's here?
Yep.
Well, maybe next year we can all be in person, hopefully, but
We have their addresses.
we have your address. We know where to find you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Can I have a motion that the presentation by Councillor Warren and Deborah Pearson regarding the 2022 Environmental Hero Awards be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting? Councillor Warren and Councillor Yo. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next presentation is on food insecurity in the city of Kawartha Lakes, and we welcome Ms. Heather Kirby from the Kawartha Lakes Food Source. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here today to speak to you on behalf of all of those that we serve. My name is Heather Kirby. I'm the Executive Director at Kawartha Lakes Food Source and have been for almost 7 years. Seems like so long, right, Mike? I'm also here to represent the food banks that serve our community that is far beyond Lindsay into the rural areas. Today I'm going to talk to you quickly about what food security is and what food insecurity is, and look at that within the city of Kawartha Lakes. I'm going to share a little bit about what Kawartha Lakes Food Source is doing now, and we commemorated our 20th anniversary, and then share a little bit about what each of us can do. First, I wanted to walk through a little scenario really quickly. It's we can all look at the numbers. Janet is retired. She's a divorced mother. She's got some grandchildren that she helps babysit. She lives alone in a one-bedroom apartment. She has a cat. And she does work part-time at a fast food restaurant in the evening. So her monthly income is $1,163. Looking at the expenses in the middle section there, these are all relative to our community. The data was all taken from local information and statistics. And then there's a chance card. Sorry, I can't read that from here, and it's not on mine. I added it in after. But, you know, it's just like the game of life. We have some chances where things are provided and things are taken away. The local drugstore had sales, so she was able to get some personal care items on sale, which was really great. So that saved her a bit of money. She was able to pick up an extra shift at work and a few other things that added a little bit. So looking at the hard numbers here, her housing, her utilities, plus food, plus her cell phone, plus public transportation to get to work, plus her personal care and her pet care. Add a bit more for the chance cards, take it away. She's in the hole almost $500 every month. This scenario happens in our community on a regular basis, and I just wanted to let you know that sometimes when you see someone, you don't really know what their numbers are. These are some numbers. So today I'd also like to welcome some of our food banks, if we just want to have a quick stand up there so we can all see. These are the folks that do the hard work in all of your wards. So take a look. Thank you very much. We have 7 member food banks, and we also operate our own, which is the Lindsay Community Food Market. There's also non-member food banks as well. So in total, there's 14 food banks within the city of Kawartha Lakes. So the definition of food security is that folks at all times have physical and the economic way access to safe, sufficient, and nutritious food that meets their needs to live a healthy and vibrant lifestyle. So we know what it means to be food secure. We can, everyone's a foodie. We all take pictures and, we talk about it. There's magazines about it. There's blogs about it. It's wonderful. But there's another side of the spectrum. So we can look at food food security. So we know that the food is available. It's present. It's on our grocery stores. It's on the shelves. It's everywhere. We can buy it at a convenience store. We can go to Costco. It is available. Although I will say a side note, during COVID, everyone was a bit ticked off because you couldn't get the kind of soup you wanted, or you couldn't get the cereal you wanted. You're standing there with money in your pocket and the food is not available and you're frustrated. Reverse that. Everything's on the shelf, but you have no food in your pocket. Imagine that frustration that you felt for those few weeks in March, but imagine that for your entire life, every day. So just putting that a little into perspective. Accessibility. Food can be purchased in stores. They're all accessible. You can walk in, you can call and get it delivered now, right? Like, we have access to it. Yes, it's available, but yes, we can access it. And adequacy. We're in an agriculture area. There's plenty of good food around here. So looking at what food insecurity means, now that we know what it's like to be food secure, food insecure in our food banking world is when a household of one or more people does not have access to food. So they can't afford it. So food insecurity is actually an income problem because it is accessible, it is available, and it is adequate. All of those things are true. But the challenge when you are food insecure is that you don't have the money to buy it. I'm just going to let that sit for a minute. At a local level, and this is data from the health unit, 14.4% of our population within the city of Kawartha Lakes is food insecure. So I did the numbers on that. We have a population roughly of 74,000. This means over 10,000 people are food insecure every day. However, through our data and statistics that we capture, and also assuming what the other food banks serve, that's we serve about roughly 2,000 individuals every month collectively. So from 10,000 people that are food insecure, we are only reaching 2,000. There's many reasons why folks don't access a food bank: pride, dignity, transportation, accessibility, things like that. There's a lot of other barriers. That is a whole other conversation. But we're just trying to share there's a lot of food insecurity in all communities. And within the city of Kawartha Lakes, this is higher than the provincial average. So really looking at community-based food programming, we do not impact food insecurity. We do not make a difference. Food banks were established over 30 years ago as a Band-Aid solution, and the Band-Aid has been layered upon layered. We are not helping. We help in the day-to-day functioning of someone, but we are not impacting their world to make it better in the long term. So what we can do is encourage folks to build food literacy skills. We shouldn't be called food banks. We should be called ingredient banks because we give out flour and sugar and in single ingredients. So folks have to know how to cook with those items. Unless you learn from a grandmother or a grandfather or your parents, cooking is, you can learn it. It's sometimes interesting. But unless you also have the equipment and the facilities like a kitchen, you can't cook. You may have one pot and a heating element or a microwave, and that's what you have. What food banks and food security programs can do is provide skills, support, resilience. How do I use this? What can I do with that? Cooking classes. But in the long run, that still doesn't help their policies that are restricting the funds in their pockets when they're on disability. So Kawartha Lakes Food Source and other charity programs are a short-term solution. We are not the long-term solution. So we have been in existence for 21 years. We are the distribution center that provides food to our member food banks. It's not mandatory to be a food bank. We do communicate with the other food banks, and we provide support and services to our members. We operate out of a centralized distribution center. We gather in food from donations. We purchase some food. We get in food from reclamation, which is unsold but viable food from grocery stores. And then we are able to share that out amongst our members. We also promote awareness about food insecurity in our community, and we work with others and we coordinate our fundraising. Our mission is to maintain the central distribution center so that we can continue to do so, raise public awareness, and continue working with other agencies. We have different members that include schools and social service agencies that are beyond our food banks. So in total, we serve over 35 different agencies. 23 of 31 schools are members and receive fresh milk and fruit from us on a weekly basis. And social service agencies that do not want to be positioned as a food bank, but can see firsthand the clients that they serve can't make it to the food bank appointment. So we can provide them with an emergency bag so they have something to get them through the next day or two. We all know what it's like to be hangry. People are hangry every day. No wonder folks are frustrated. You wonder why people are short-tempered. We all get like that. People with no money in their pocket are like that every day. Who we served, who our members served, I don't have the data from our non-members, but I can say that between the Lindsay Community Food Market, which is ours, who served a record over 450 individuals 2 months ago, and the Salvation Army Lindsay, which is not a member, but we work quite closely with them, served over 500. They've never served over 500 in their existence in Lindsay. So 2,312 different individuals visited a total of 12,040 times. So just looking back at the numbers to remember that just over 10,000 are food insecure. So that could mean one person walking in 12 times once a month. It could be 12 different people walking in once. So we count every time the door opens. It doesn't matter if it's the same person or different people. 67% are adults, 33 are children or youth under 18. 47% are single individuals. 50% live in private rental units. Anyone know anyone renting right now and what those rates are? It's pretty outrageous. The top 3 sources of income include disability, social assistance, or they just not disclosed. We do have folks that are fully employed in precarious employment or part-time or minimum wage. They can't make ends meet when they're trying to pay rent and utilities and to have a vehicle to get to work. Food's the first thing that comes off the budget line on them because it's the one thing that we can provide them. You need a house, you need a car to get to work. Food's the first thing that always goes. 94% of those we serve do not have post-secondary education. So looking more closely at the data, here's a list of food banks. All of you can take a peek at what riding you're in and what ward you're there. And I'm just going to note Women's Resources actually relocated their food cupboard, so they were not open in March or in April. So they typically serve about 100, but because there was no data, I didn't want to put it up there. But you can really look at who visits us. Most folks are on disability. I don't think anyone really plans to have a stroke and are not able to work anymore. I don't think anyone plans to be in a car accident. I don't think anyone plans to have a significant injury or COPD and they can't walk. That's who we serve. Private rental is the greatest housing. We all know that those rates are astronomical right now. Affordable housing, you can hear it all day long. It's a problem. We need to have more housing. Looking at the data here, I'll share a quick story. There's a woman that used one of our rural food banks. She was in her 50s. She never married. She was single. She had a full-time job. She was self-sufficient, self-contained, paid a mortgage, had a car, went on vacation. She was making her way independently on her own and very proud of it. She had a stroke. She can't ever work again. So when you go onto the system, you have to lose every bit of equity, every bit of savings. So think of your savings account and all your investments that you have been working towards. Once that's all used up and you have zero And then when you sell your house, which is your equity, and where most people will sell to end out their last few years, that has to be gone before she can get disability. So when you think about that, she'll never ever be off disability. She'll never ever be able to sustain herself on her own. She can function on her own. She can get up, you know, she can move around, but she just can't work. So if you look down at the fourth line, one person Ontario disability, every month she's in the hole already, just like the lady at the beginning. That's a fact. No one plans to have a health situation come up. About Kawartha Lakes Food Source, we belong to Feed Ontario, which is our provincial umbrella organization that provides standards of service that we follow. So when we sign our membership agreement with Feed Ontario, we follow the safe food handling practices, client services, food storage, and ensuring that we operate at the highest level to provide dignity to those that we serve. Through our membership with Feed Ontario, we're a member of Food Banks Canada. So we're able to benefit from both of those organizations and the networking they provide, the funding specific for food banking that they provide, and the overall awareness. Locally here, we do belong to a few different groups. So Kawartha Lakes Food Coalition, the Ending Poverty Roundtable, the Community Pandemic Recovery Task Force, and Food for Kids. So there's lots of things that are happening out there that we are sitting around the table and sharing and learning about. With regards to the organization, we have very strong governance. We have an annual general meeting with audited financial statements. We have a risk management report that we identify and put a risk mitigation plan in. Every year we review them, and it does follow our strategic plan. Our current plan ends this year. We're just starting our 24 to 26 plan. We have a handbook of governance that sets out the rules of how our board of directors and the executive director interact with each other, so that there's financial policies in place. We have a workplace policy manual that was provided by our legal counsel, and we have a staff onboarding welcome manual. We operate as a business. Our annual operating budget is around $700,000 this year. We are a nonprofit. The only difference between nonprofit and for-profit is it's a tax category. All nonprofits should operate like a business, and that's what we do. We have one source of government funding, and that's through the city. It's $30,000 a year to help with their school milk and fruit. Other than that, we are operated solely by individual donations, grants, and foundations. We are not funded by any other level of government or any other source of revenue. Our community supports us to support our community. Our programs include non-perishable, milk and eggs for our food banks each time they're open. Grab and Grow is a school milk and fruit program. The milk and eggs program costs about $35,000 a year, and the Grab and Grow equally $35,000 a year. We have an open garden that anyone can go to at any time and harvest. There's no fence on it, there's no gate. We plant it, we maintain it. Folks can walk up and pick something and eat it right then and there. We offer a community income tax program, so volunteers will process income tax, because if you don't file, you don't get all the benefits. You don't get the child benefit, you don't get your Ontario housing benefit, you don't get any benefits if you don't file. So we have volunteers that do that for free. We do the summer lunch program in partnership with Salvation Army and the health unit. We operate our own food bank. Family cooking project, it's like a take-home meal program that's 8 weeks, where folks will get the fresh food each week and learn how to make new recipes and learn how to substitute. And then we have cooking classes as well. I just thought I'd share that there are some other reports of interest that folks may be interested. I can, if anyone's, just let me know, I'll email it to you. But Food Banks Canada and Feed Ontario do a hunger report every year. Feed Ontario launches it on Queen's Park each December, and it really states and shares where things are at in real-time data. Every 2 years, the City of Kawartha Lakes does a 20,000 homes report. That's really interesting and indicative of hunger and homelessness in our community. Those who are homeless need food more than anybody else, are folks that are living in a car or in a tent. Each year, the Health Unit puts together the Nutritious Food Basket Report. That's the one where they go in and shop for different family dynamics. So if you are a single individual and a senior, or a family that has, a teenage boy, how much does it cost to feed that family each month? So the data I showed at the beginning in the little chart, that data comes from all of these reports. And then each year there's the cost of food report, and it comes out every January, and I believe it's Simon Fraser, and there's another university in the East Coast that they partner on it, and they have a few more universities that are collaborating with it. But that's the report that comes out every year after Christmas, and everyone says, what's the food going to go up this year? This is that report. We look at it every year, as I need to set my budget as how much I can buy based on how many individual donations I get. That food report helps me budget in our food line. When we really look at it, it comes down to policy change. Changing our systems, redesigning how things work. I know social assistance is a big wheel. It's got many cogs, many layers of government. I understand that, and I have spoken to MPPs about this. But that's truly where the change is going to happen. Just making small adjustments to that's really not going to help. So involving the community and getting stakeholders involved and others who serve our same liked audiences, that's where it's really going to come. Food banks, charity food programs are not going to fix the solution. They are not going to change policy. We can do our best, and we will continue to do our best to serve so that folks have something, but it comes down to policy change. So the end part is, what can you do? Each of us in this room can give the gift of understanding. You don't need to be judgmental of the folks that are sitting outside Tim Hortons. That's not who we serve. There's a lot of scenarios where you may not know your neighbor, your friend, family members. You may not know that they're accessing a food bank. Nobody wants to know. Donating your time, it's great to support any agency. We always speak about volunteering in this community, and it's really great. Donate your time. Make a financial donation. Donate food in the barrels. Participate in office food drives, things like that. Making awareness about food insecurity and what's going on. So sharing our Facebook, sharing our Instagram, sharing information, talking about it is huge. And attendance. When an agency is having a fundraising event, no matter what agency is, I encourage you to go. I know lots of folks here that attend lots of different events, and I see them at our events, I see them at other events. That is wonderful, because we get a little bit of money for that, and if we are going to invest our time to plan it, we want people to come and enjoy it. If not, it wasn't worth the time. So just go to these fun things. It's win-win. You get a night out, and you help. So concluding, thank you all very much. Food insecurity is happening. Support is happening. Donations are the same. Numbers are going up, and our food staying the same. So I just wanted to share with everyone what's happening in our backyard. So thank you.
Thank you. Let me get a motion that the presentation by Heather Kirby of Kawartha Lakes Food Source regarding food insecurity in the city of Kawartha Lakes be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Smeaton. We have a few folks who have comments or questions for you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Thank you for coming today, Heather. And thank you is not actually a big enough word for everything that you're doing in our communities. Everyone sitting over there that are putting their time and energy into our food banks across the city of Kawartha Lakes is instrumental. I had the privilege of sitting on the 20th anniversary for the Food Insecurity Panel.
Thank you for that.
No problem. And it was one of the most moving things I've ever done as a counselor. And just to learn what you are doing and how you are supporting our community is just outstanding. And it blows my mind, to think that, we're dependent on you, a charity, nonprofit organization, and you're filling the gaps where public policy is not. So we thank you for that, and you need to know that we're here to help you. So when you need reach out, you reach out, because what you're doing in our communities right now is you can't even put words to it. And everyone that's sitting over there and everywhere across the city of Kawartha Lakes. So thank you for that, honestly.
Councillor Smeaton.
First of all, I'm embarrassed we've never met, and you're absolutely brilliant, so I'll be calling you tomorrow morning to see what I can be doing and should be doing as a work counselor. I've written that down. The one thing, there's so much here, but the one thing I would just say that I really, as a former teacher, like hearing is the elephant in the room has been spoken to. You are counting the amount of times your door opens. Same person 20 times, 12 different people. I hope that reflects that socially we've arrived at a stage, and I'm not completely naive, but hopefully it's a small representation of arriving at a stage of the game where we are not wondering how that person might be spending their money, allocating it. They could have done this, they could have done that. I watched that progression with mental health. We're starting now to arrive at stages where people see the brain as the same as a heart and lungs. We have a long way to go. I'm sure we have a very long way to go in this too. But hearing that presentation, it really does echo in these chambers that there's organizations that are not judging or worried. We have a major issue, so let's just deal with it. Who cares why? The numbers are staggering and abysmal and appalling, and policy has to shift. Like, it's not even negotiable. So yeah, you're filling gaps, and I don't want to echo, Councillor Richards, Deputy Mayor Richardson said it perfectly. So huge thanks, and thanks for addressing what I consider to be that big beast. Hopefully we're judging less and just helping no matter what. So that resonated for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I have two questions. One is the membership part. It seems to me you're very well organized, and you see members join together. There's buying power, and there's a lot of benefits to there. Just curious why we have food banks that are not a member. What's the dynamic there, and are they?
It's a choice. Sometimes food banks, sometimes the community can support a food bank, and they don't need the additional support of us. When we were established 21 years ago, it was because many of the food banks had very large fluctuations in their inventory. So they would get ginormous donations, but they didn't have capacity to store it or to receive it, or they would have nothing. So we were established by a group of Rotary, a group of ministerial leaders, and then other community agencies, so that we could be the middle of that fluctuation, so we could steady that out a little bit more. So we have we have a full loading dock, we can receive a full transport, we provide food to our members on a fair share basis, so take our inventory, 10,000 units, we give out a third of it, so the next month we give out a third, depending on how much it is. So instead of having variations that are like this, our variations are like this. So the food banks rely on the variety that we provide them. So it's food and non-food, so personal care items, food wrapping like Ziploc bags, all of those things. So, but with regards to the non-members, they may be receiving support that's sufficient to what their capacity is. But we do communicate with them, and it's, yeah.
And then you're open to receive them as a member at any time?
Yes, there is a process, yeah.
Yeah, okay, excellent. My other question, and I recognize you won't have the data right in front of you here, but Kawartha Lakes went through the basic income pilot study. Did you notice, was there a noticeable drop in?
Yes, I can pinpoint the day.
All right. Want to expand on that?
I can't remember the exact, I do have a graph, I'll send it to you. But we started using Link to Feed, which is the standardized software that we do intake with and manages clients. So we started that in 2016, so it did balance out for 2 years, so we were consistent. And then when the basic income came in, it dropped, I would say, more than 500. And then the day it was canceled, it spiked up to more than what we were doing before. So you can physically see when I do year-over-year graph, You can see it goes like this and then goes down and goes up, and then it's kind of just stayed. It has gone down a little tiny bit, but it's peaking up again.
And there we talk about policy change. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, that was a great presentation,
Thank you,
Heather. And thank you to your volunteers. I know that, you know, when Bob Cajun, that's not a member, has issues, I know that you help out and help them too.
Yes.
So that's great. Now, the city of Kawartha Lakes did a plan back in the day. I was part of it, and I'm really glad to see that you have cooking classes, and that was a big part of it. Do you know where that plan stands, or?
No, I don't.
Okay, I just thought maybe it's time to resurrect that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Heather. Thanks for your presentation. And again, thanks to everybody here who works and volunteers in all the food banks or ingredient banks, as you say, which is, I never thought of that, because it's not just food items, it's personal health care items that people require on a day-to-day basis. And with food inflation the way it is, it's horrendous. An average, say a shop of $300 is $500 or $600 easily now. And your food that you intake is your health care. And if you do not intake proper foods, specifically have at least some vegetables, fruits and vegetables, or any sort of half-decent substance of food care, your health care does affect you in the long term. And the other thing is, I think in the last few years, there's been fortunately a tendency towards more processed foods, which is not good, but hopefully that'll move away from that. The people can look at growing their own foods. It doesn't take much to grow some greens in a small container, even if you're in an apartment or a small house. And that's good that we're promoting gardens, community gardens here and there. So that's really important, because we need to be more self-sufficient in our food. But I thanks again for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, and thank you again for the presentation, Heather. Good to see you today, and I wanted to lend my voice to the chorus of thank yous. It's been an honor for me to be involved with the Food Source and with Bob Cajun Food Bank over the years. Your presentation, I thought it was excellent, and the stories that you shared really were moving and helped put things in perspective, especially relating to our values and how we are our neighbors' keepers, as I mentioned before. I want to say also that this isn't simply about the stories that we saw, right? It's about every one of us. You know, how many of us in this room or our family members, how many paychecks away are in this precarious economy? Are any of us away from needing that kind of help? I know it had been raised that this is a policy failure, but I also have to say, and take the opportunity to say, this is also a free market failure. We produce food in this country for profit and distribute it for profit, not to feed everyone. And I mean, Loblaws brought in we heard at the news, over $500 million in Q4 with very exorbitant C-suite raises to executives. And here we have this presentation of what's happening locally to our residents. So just to ask, I know your list of what we can do is very helpful. I'm just wondering, as a council and being at the political level, is there anything we can do to support you in terms of advocacy and structural change to the system? Thank you.
It's a loaded question there.
Yeah, just a small,
Yes.
something I wanted to ask about.
When you look at this, how the social services are structured, and I know the city's responsible for the Human Services Department, and I know that's a partnership with the province. So how do we look at that relationship, and how do we look at that partnership and the criteria that's there? How do we start to ask those questions? And I don't think any government at any level is going to take on that challenge, because really it's 4 years in office. It's going to take longer than that to actually make any headway with that process. But starting to ask the questions and really looking at, if we're going to change something, what's it going to be and how should it be changed? That would be essential, because when you look at the amount of money that someone is making on disability, by no fault of their own, they're done. That's it. And you wonder why there's addiction. You wake up every day and you have nothing to live for. It's like, well, what do I do today? I can't go out, I can't do anything, I can't afford to do anything. Everything's been stripped away from me. I have nothing left. I had to lose everything, and now I'm here. So I get it, and I understand that. So really looking at that piece. If council's really gonna do something, I would really encourage to look at the mental health piece of it. And how can you support mental health? To help someone keep a job once they get it. To help someone be able to function in a job when they may not have been able to before. That is a huge, huge piece. We are not social service workers, none of the food bank volunteers and staff are, but we see it every single day. We can provide food and give some relief for a couple days. In all of that information, the part I didn't share is the amount of food we can give out is only what we have. So we really, out of a 30-day month, can give out 5-6 days worth of food. So what does someone do with the rest of the 25 days? That's a fact of life. That's just based on what we get in. So another thing you do is donate. Donate to a barrel, support your local food bank, create awareness about that, and how do you drum that up? So how do we give more to people who have less because of inflation, who are already in the hole because they have a medical situation, right? There's so many things, so I don't know, I could go on all day.
Thanks for that, Heather, and especially for relating how interconnected so many aspects of this are for food security, from basic income to mental health to reliable transportation. And I think you heard from our comments, we're certainly ready to meet and help you move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather, and thank you all your volunteers for the great work you do.
They all come from different food banks.
Those as well. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next presentation this afternoon is an overview of the Community Foundation of Kawartha Lakes, and we have Ms. Lori Dillon-Schalk and Jack Rocks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Jack Rocks. I'm a board member of the Community Foundation and past president of the board. I am a permanent resident of the City of Kawartha Lakes since 2021, seasonal resident since 2009. That seems to be important information for presentations to Council. Also, I'm a retired lawyer. I was in practice for 32 years. Most recently, my last 15 years in my career at OMERS, which many of staff are familiar with. But I'm not here to talk about OMERS today. I'm here to talk about the Community Foundation of Kawartha Lakes. But I'm not going to do the talking today. I'm just here to introduce Lori Dillon-Schalk, who is our new executive director. She joined the foundation in January, and I have to say the board has been delighted and thrilled to have Lori on board. When we were doing the interview process, we interviewed quite a few people, but we were very impressed with her background, which is in marketing, advertising, and consulting for decades, I'll say, but also for her practical approach to philanthropy, because that's what we're going to talk about. And she was instrumental in the success of Conquer COVID, which was a local activity that ended up raising millions of dollars for personal protective equipment in this area and across Canada. So I'm going to turn it over to Lori. I'm here to answer questions about the history, but she's going to talk about what we are doing and how we can work with the city. So take it away, Lori.
Thank you. I am delighted to join in January. I'm about 4 months in, and I'm delighted to have such a strong board. I put up the names because there are a lot of names that you'll recognize. And for many of you in this room, this is your first introduction to a community foundation. I didn't know what a community foundation was before, because I knew about a community foundation based on the things that it produces. And like the Grove, like the Edgewood Stonewall, or like the Bob Cajun and Area Relief, COVID Relief Fund. But, you know, a community foundation is just a foundation by the community. We're led by the community, and we are the givers to the givers. We are a charity, a registered charity that makes, attracts funds and gives it to other charities or nonprofits that partner with other charities, like the food banks, like Women's Resources, like a whole slew. We have the broadest mandate. We're a great partner for a local government because our mandate covers everything from economic development to education to health to the environment to agriculture. We certainly encourage people to live where we give, and that's one of our differences. There are 205 community foundations across Canada. We are joined together as a network, and we encourage people to raise money and invest and build this community. And of course, our boundaries are the same as yours, right? And we have this incredible track record that nobody knows about. We've facilitated, I've done a lot of research since starting this job, we've facilitated a level of community investment similar to foundations 3 to 5 times our size. That's over $1 million. And in part, we can thank the original founders who helped us secure government grants during our most difficult times. We have administered over $638,588 in relief since 2020. Now, we've received in 2020 2 tranches from the federal government, and that includes a lot of the 21 organizations that you see there on the right. We also helped over 50 families, almost 400 healthcare practitioners, a large number of seniors in long-term care. And then we are actually right now in 2023 administering a federal grant called the Community Service Recovery Fund, which will be awarded in the next 4 weeks. So there's nothing listed there. And I'm pleased to say that today we just earned another 14%. So we're actually administering $302,000. Thank you. Now, this is money that would not be coming to this region if it weren't for us being a community foundation. Now, there's one more thing on this slide that I think you're going to find very impressive, and that's that little middle thing. It's called $180,000 administered by the Bob Cajun Area and COVID-19 Relief Fund. That was our beginning. And that is private donations by individuals and businesses. That's almost 92% matching that government grant. The power of private donations to help build this city. Well, let's talk about private donations. We've actually assembled a little more than $500,000 in donor-directed giving. Now, some of that is almost $200,000, $189,000 in endowment, permanent endowments. That's one of our differences as a charity. We are built for the long term. We attract long-term investment, and we use the interest to, grant out to other organizations. There's 2 examples of that type of work. You can see a long list again on the right with organizations that you're familiar with, like Cobeconk Wellness Center, a place called Home, Women's Resources, and more. For the Canopy Project, which increases the urban canopy in public spaces, we've got a current program right now planting trees in our schools. We have two schools in Lindsay, 1 school in Little Britain, 2 in Fenelon Falls, 1 in Bob Cajun, and we're now looking at Cobeconk and Bethany. That's a wonderful program supported by private donations. And then the Grove. The Grove is a fantastic fantastic example of harnessing the energy in a community for an aspirational goal and building something that will bring tourist dollars and economic development. Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I'm available to take you through the types of funds that we manage. The takeaway is this: we offer a great amount of flexibility for funds to accommodate the type of initiatives that people want to put forward. And full disclosure and transparency, this is what the composition of our funds look like right now. It's very reflective of a young, community foundation. Our flow through is high, but community fund was also high thanks to our Bob Cajun Relief Fund, and we have a number of donor directed. Now, before I switch this slide, what is important and what people should be looking at is our administration fee. It's currently sitting at 1.6. That's of all the incoming donations, we have less than 2% that we use for our administration fee. Now, how do we support ourselves? Well, we're administering a federal grant, and we get a very modest amount from that. We have a loan from the CFDC, and we have our own operating fund. But today I am here to ask for collaboration and connection. There are a number of ways that we can work together. And when I do the research, when I look at other community foundations, there is a very strong relationship between a local government and a community foundation, thanks to the boundaries and a lot of the goals that we share. So here's what we offer. Quite simply, a very healthy charity ecosystem, because our job is to give to the givers. We're also a route to market. One of the reasons we're a national funder for the federal government is we are a route to market for hyper-local community giving. We also attract federal grants that might not otherwise come to this region. And how we can support you, well, we're very excited, and we have worked together to accelerate municipally endorsed projects that may be on the cusp of funding. If you had, let's say, a water park or a splash pad that, was, feasible, that could be built in 10 years or 3. Depends on if we can support, if the community supports it, can we work together to foster those donations? The other thing that we can do and how we can support you is our productivity is contributed by a number of volunteers, and volunteerism is an issue ongoing. But that's what we do. We get out there and we work with volunteers. One of the services that we offer is donor management, financial management, all the tax receipting, digital activation. We offer all those services for very small charities or initiatives. We help people get off the ground. And that brings in community leadership and volunteerism, and that can help, again, support the ecosystem. Now, there are ways that we could work together. It is hard for a charity to fund a non-qualified donor. It's very easy for money to flow from charity to charity, but if you're a nonprofit or if you're an individual, and there's a lot of individual needs, it's a little bit harder. And how we've done it in the past is we work with the city with the Stonewood Edgewall project, or we work together. Yeah. And that's one way that we can continue to work together. The other way is, we can administer a grant together. It's what other foundations have done. Admittedly, we can date before we get married, but it is just another example. And the other thing that happens with other community foundations and their local government is they jointly fund insights together, so that they better understand the community needs of our very large region. Now, how can you support us? Well, grant administration, fund administration is one of the ways that we work for our operating budget. You could open a fund with us. It's just an idea. Alternatively, you could fund our capital startup costs. This isn't really the place for that. This is just telling you the kinds of things that would support us. Committing to collaboration, certainly we have met with enough people that are committed to collaboration, and we've been very pleased with our meetings so far. And then connecting us to businesses that want to make a community investment. We are an excellent choice to do that because we fund projects that are occurring now and in the future. But the one thing I want to leave you with before we close is a little bit of a sense of urgency. There's 3 things that I've noticed in my 4 months. One, we're not just funding small initiatives anymore. There are big initiatives headed our way. We have a city that's got 17,000 houses that are coming. That's at least 40,000 people. And so as a growing city, there are big initiatives like building cultural centers, like the Grove, or building health centers, like the Cobeconk Wellness. And that's going to take a lot of private donor money. So we want to get ready for that. The next thing is we do see the rise of community-specific giving to support neighborhood-level investments. And Jack, you know, you had a really good way of sort of...
One of the attractions, the reason people are coming here is they want to live in have that small town atmosphere. They want to get to know people. For me, after 40 years of living in Toronto, coming to a small town, my work with the Community Foundation has really connected me so well with the community. So I have to give credit to Mike Perry, who recruited me to the board in 2017, and he actually introduced us to Lori as well, so thank you, Mike. But I think a Community Foundation can really help maintain that neighborhood, neighbors helping neighbors approach as the city grows. Because if we're here at the beginning, we can make sure that people get connected quickly. So even though the city of Kawartha Lakes may go from 70,000 to 100,000 or 120,000, you know, I look at the city of Guelph. When I started university, there were 70,000 people there. It's 120,000 now. And I can see the same thing happening here. How do we keep people connected to the community? Community foundations are an amazing tool that can work with municipalities to keep that feeling that you are coming to a small town and you have all those benefits, even though we are trying to create the benefits of a larger community as well. So that's why I thought it would be great to work with the city as you're dealing with all this growth to really demonstrate the benefits of continuing to live in a small town.
Beautifully said. The third area I just want to touch on is there is a rise in demand for relief. The Bobcaygeon area COVID relief program may be over, and we are administering a federal grant for relief, but we do notice in various communities that relief is not done, and there are a lot of non-qualified donees. That makes it difficult for us to donate to. The rules are changing with the CRA, but for now, we would need to work with the city in order to support that type of ongoing relief. And lastly, I wanted to draw a picture of what, you know, the end in mind might look like. You know, I've done a lot of research. I've talked to the city of Brantford, who has been administering a fund on behalf of the city for over 11 years. I've talked to the city of Selkirk, Milton, a number of them have strong relationships. And what seems to be very popular is a Good Neighbors Fund. It's sort of a branded fund where there's a collaborative effort to just grant very small amounts. It could be relief, or it could be to support initiatives, neighborhood initiatives to be good neighbors. Now, my background's in strategy. You're going to grow incredibly large, and this idea of being, you know, keeping the small town feel is very important. Also important is creating an infrastructure for volunteerism and community. And one of the ways that we can do that is by establishing community funds. We have a community fund in Fenton Falls. We're starting a community fund with Ann Adair in Bobcaygeon, and we're opening an Omemee community fund as well. And what that does is it assembles and mobilizes community leaders who can help identify the needs of those sort of unique villages and townships. You're actually building for the future by thinking about those community funds. And if there was a fund together, I would propose that we invest in those community funds, possibly funds to match each ward or each township. I would be guided by my board. And then another portion would be to focus on the non-qualified donee. That would be a big portion of a small neighborhood grant. And then the last portion is, of course, to keep us healthy, but to put in place the processes and systems that would allow us to process those applications. So that's just sort of like end in mind. There is a lot of ways we can connect and collaborate together, and I really appreciate this opportunity to just introduce ourselves to you and maybe just draw a picture of what that could look like, us working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just stand there for a few minutes. There may be questions. I need a motion to receive the presentation of the Community Foundation of Kawartha Lakes regarding the overview of the Community Foundation, and that this recommendation be brought forward to Council for consideration at the next regular Council meeting. Councillor Perry and Councillor Warren. Councillor Perry, you have a question or a comment?
Just very briefly, I want to say thank you for that outstanding presentation. In the interest of full disclosure, as Jack, you mentioned, I am a co-founder of the Community Foundation of Kawartha Lakes. I see, though, in the pictures in this presentation, I was cropped out for some reason, so I have to, make sure that that's
I'm
remedied.
learning Photoshop.
At the soonest opportunity. A question, though, if I could, I mean, I couldn't be more honored, proud, and humbled at how far this has come since we all met, just a few quick years ago. So kudos and thank you. And this is a very exciting opportunity and a very unique tool, from what I'm hearing, to think differently, to think outside the box. It's my understanding that if you create a fund with the Community Foundation, the money that you donate is managed with all the other and invested with all the other donations, so it gets better treatment, higher return on investment. Is that true?
Okay, coming from a defined benefit pension plan, which represents the combined retirement savings of 500,000 Ontario residents, I would say it is true. You do get better value in having larger sums of capital that are managed at better returns, lower fees, and it is a function of scale. So as we get larger and larger, those benefits of the accumulation of cooperative savings actually continues to accrue.
So the interest rates, et cetera, get better than, say, leaving money in the bank.
It's definitely leaving money in the bank, but it's also on negotiating fees.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Laurie and Jack for your presentation today. I want to make a shout out to Margaret Cunningham too, who I work with, and she does a great job. Thanks to Councillor Perry for certainly setting up the early stages of this. It wouldn't have been possible without him and many other people who put this together. And there's so many people in our communities that, whether they be personal or corporate or service groups, that they want to contribute, but there's never been a mechanism to do this, and this is sort of just really foots the bill here. It's just it's an excellent way that your organization can do the majority of the legwork, and certainly at a very low cost and very well managed organization. So I wanted to thank you again, and we're going to be having some exciting news for Omemee in the next month, so I'll leave it at that. But so that's we're really excited about that, and we're just waiting for finalizing a few things, but we'll announce that in another month or so. But again, thanks for coming today.
Thank you, Councillor Warren.
For you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming. What a great presentation. I was here many years ago when Councillor Perry made the pitch back then, and I'm so happy to see how this has evolved. It's just wonderful. And I had the pleasure of meeting Jack, and through the Kawartha Conservation Foundation, we can help each other.
Yeah.
So there are different facets to the foundation, and thank you. It was wonderful.
Well, and Pat, I would say an example of how we can work on a small scale, because the Grove is something completely separate. But the Edgewood Stonewall restoration in Bobcaygeon, you have the local volunteers like Anna Dare, who's been amazing. And it was so great to hear her win an award for something else that she's volunteering. But that stone wall was just going to be thrown away. So, because it was falling apart. And between working with the owner of the land and the city, because it's on the property boundary, so we could work through the city to raise $30,000 in private donations to actually rebuild that heritage piece. And it's beautiful. And it will be there for 100 years. And if it hadn't been for an organization like the foundation being available to help, it'd be gone.
Yeah.
They would have spent the $15,000 to cart the stone away.
Yeah.
So, you know, that would have been tragic.
And it was a great partnership
Yeah.
between EAB and...
So much going on there. Yeah, it's
There are.
fantastic.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming, and thank you to the foundation and all your board of directors for the work they do. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks.
We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? And that passes. Our next presentation is from Ms. Marina Hodson, Executive Director of Kawartha North Family Health Team, and she's going to give us an overview of Bill 5, the Stopping Harassment and Abuse of Local Leaders Act.
So
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Elmsley and council members, for giving me the time to speak to you today. I've met many of you in different capacities, and I feel like today was the perfect day to be in attendance because I am the Executive Director of the Kawartha North Family Health Team, directly involved in healthcare. I live in Minden Hills, where, as you heard today, the hospital ER is closing. I sit on the Poverty Reduction Roundtable. In fact, I am the chair, which was earlier mentioned by Heather Kirby. And I was fortunate enough to sit with Mike Perry, Councillor Perry, at the table that discussed the foundation and the founding of that foundation. So I seem to be involved in everything that you heard about today in some way or another. But today I'm actually just here as Marina Hodson, none of those other things. I'm just here as a citizen and a community member. And your office actually kindly reached out to me several times to ensure I didn't have a PowerPoint or anything to share with you in advance, but I figured that you probably get enough documentation in advance of these meetings that you don't want to read anything else. And I didn't want to belabor any points with additional PowerPoints, so you just have me. And while the issue I'm here to speak about is certainly important and very complex, it's also surprisingly straightforward, and as such, I will not be taking a lot of your valuable time. So I've been working in lower, middle, and upper management for over 25 years, and yes, that does date me. And during that time, many changes have been implemented to protect workers from harassment by coworkers and employers, such as Bill 168. So as an employer and one of those strange people who enjoy writing policies, I have written and implemented a countless number of them over the years, all in the effort to prevent and address violence and harassment in the various workplaces I've worked at. So you can imagine my surprise when a colleague of mine recently approached me to ask whether I would help her raise support for Bill 5, the Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act. And I'd just like to pause and say, this is in no way any reflection of anybody in this room whom I sure would never, this would never apply to. So I just want to stop and make sure that you understand. I'm not here because of personal reasons. So until a few weeks ago, I was completely and blissfully unaware that there was any concerns, but unfortunately, my colleague had personal experiences related to the lack of recourse for employees and coworkers when experiencing harassment by local officials. Now, while this charge is being led by the Women of Ontario Say No, that's the name of the group I'm representing, I think it's important for me to note that personally, I don't actually see this as a women's rights issue. I see it as a human rights issue. So whilst you're all yourself elected officials, I don't know whether you're aware that at this time there's really no ability to hold councillors accountable for workplace sexual or other harassment or abuse. In fact, currently, the most severe penalty that can be imposed, no matter how egregious the offense, is that the Municipal Integrity Commissioner may, following an inquiry, suspend pay for the councillor for 90 days. And unfortunately, there have been a number of such documented cases in Ontario, including quite close to our own community, including my colleagues, and yet there continues to be no process for removing councillors from office. In fact, even if an investigation results in a suspension of pay, they can continue to work, run for re-election, or even run for mayor, as was the case in Barrie in 2022, for anyone who's familiar with that case. Of course, there is obviously legal recourse. We're all aware of that. There is for anybody who feels that they're being harassed or abused sexually or otherwise. But I think we all understand why that might not be the avenue that we seek when it comes to our employment situation. I think, we can see that there's laws in place to specifically address harassment in other areas. In specific circumstances which may impact a person's ability or willingness to speak out. Think of instances where there may be a power imbalance, such as therapists, teachers, etc. So I know that you're all very pragmatic individuals who just want to come to the point and say, so what can we do? So I'm going to ask you to take action. On August 10th, 2022, MPP Stephen Blaise reintroduced Private Members Bill 5, which was previously tabled as Bill 10 before being amended, now known as the Stopping Harassment and Abuse by Local Leaders Act of 2022, which was initially tabled during the last provincial government. The bill was carried on first reading, but has not yet reached second reading. It's actually coming up again later this month. The bill seeks to amend both the Municipal Act 2001 and the City of Toronto Act to require the municipal codes of conduct for members of council to include compliance with the municipality's adopted policies regarding workplace violence and harassment. So it's not seeking to introduce new policies, it's just saying that those policies that are currently in place be applied to municipal councillors. It would also empower municipalities to direct their integrity commissioner to seek determination by the court as to whether a member of council had contravened the municipality's policies related to workplace violence or harassment. And if the court found this to be the case, the court may declare the member's seat as vacant immediately at that time and prohibit the councillor from running for re-election at that particular moment. So they would have to wait until a future time. So all I'm asking today is for obviously you to receive my report and my comments. But what I would hope is that at the next council meeting, you may consider joining the Ontario Big Mayors, AMO, Roma, and over 17 municipalities who have passed resolutions to back Bill 5 and to make that known to the appropriate leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to stay there for a minute, and we'll see if there's any comments or questions for you. But first, can I get a motion to receive and forward to the next council meeting for consideration? Councillor Smeaton and Deputy Mayor Richardson. Questions or comments? You're good to go. Thank you. Thanks for coming today. All those in favor? And that's passed. We're going to do the international plowing match next, and then we'll take a break, okay? So we have Bob Armstrong, the local chair for the 2024 International Plowing Match, and Ms. Kathy Laisby is the Executive Director of the Ontario Plowmen's Association. Welcome to City of Kawartha Lakes Council, and I know you've been here a couple of years ago, But nice to see you again, and please start anytime.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Elmsley, councilors, staff, and visitors. It really is a pleasure for us to be here, and thank you for taking the time to let us brag and share our enthusiasm about the International Plowing Match and Rural Expo. And as the mayor said, we did have some plans to be here a couple of years ago, but COVID decided otherwise. So we're a group of farmers and farm-related people, and we don't give up easily. So we're delighted to be back. We've got our logo brought up to date. We've got our date set for October 1st to the 5th, 2024, and certainly pleased to bring the 105th International Plowing Match to your community. So in addition to my partner in crime here, Bob Armstrong, we also have Floyd Wills, the president of the Ontario Plowmen's Association, and Jack Kyle, a local a resident for many, many years, and certainly no stranger to the agricultural industry with us today. So we could have the next slide, please. We just wanted to show you the magnitude of a traditional international plowing match. This is it's the largest event of its kind in North America. We're the only one of two events in the farm community, farm and rural community, that moves from a location to location each year. And I always say that that's our greatest strength, but it's also our greatest challenge because we do start all over again each year. I heard a lot today about politicians and the next level of government, and so I wanted to share with you that we are the only event in the province of Ontario where the legislature adjourns for the day so that the Premier, all the leaders of the opposition, and all the MPPs can join us at the plowing match. They participate in our opening day, in the parade, the luncheon, and we get to VIP plowing, and my job in that response is to make sure I have the right colored tractor for the right party. And we've learned to do that quite well. Last year, when we recovered from COVID and came back in 2022, we had an attendance of 67,128. We were delighted with that, certainly down a little bit from our traditional, but for COVID recovery, we were extremely pleased with that. So we anticipate 75 to 80,000 people coming to Kawartha Lakes over that 5-day period. So we could have the next slide, please. So our difference in Kawartha Lakes is we're going to partner and we're going to lease the Lindsay Exhibition Grounds for that period of time, and that's why our dates are changed a little bit. We have to wait until the fair is over. We could do a turnaround and then open the gates again to our IPM visitors. So we have a contract with the Lindsay Exhibition. We're also going to be working with neighboring farmers to provide additional land for our RV park. We create an RV park of about 600 to 800 sites. We have an additional 200 to 300 acres for parking, the same for our plowing competition. And I just wanted to mention here that we have a really strong base of sponsors. We've worked for many years with Hydro One, Ontario Mutual Insurance Association, Bruce Power, Grain Farmers of Ontario, and many, many more. So we can bring from the provincial level certainly a strong financial foundation. Next slide, please. We just wanted to show you some of the sights and sounds of the IPM. We have vendors, and we'll have lots in that wonderful Commonwealth building, and we'll have outdoor exhibits from agricultural equipment dealers, food vendors. We have a quilting competition that we are going to restart from 2020, and there's lots of things to see and do. Next slide. We also have a series of entertainment, and there's something for everyone there. Canadian Cowgirls are a regular. We have lots of musical entertainment on our stages. So it's very much a family-friendly, safe, clean event. So we're really proud to be able to offer that. On the next slide. And of course, our foundation is the plowing competition. We have horse plowing, tractor plowing, antique plowing, and then modern plowing. And also very, very proud of our junior competition. Some of them compete for the 4 days, others will just be there for the 1-day Saturday competition. So I'm just going to turn it over to Bob now, and he's got some information for you about the economic impact of it, and this is, we think, is pretty significant to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Good afternoon. Most people see the International Plowing Match and Rural Expo as an agricultural festival. What most people don't see is what's most important. The IPM is a tremendous leadership and volunteer opportunity. We will have 600 to 800 volunteers that will be working under a leadership team of 40 chairpersons and directors, many of them who have never experienced an opportunity like this before. We're a very community-building event. People from our city will meet other residents for the first time and develop friendships and business associations that will last a lifetime. I know for myself, when I accepted the position as local chair, I had to start meeting more people across Kawartha Lakes, and I started to get phone calls from farm people. And I would go to some farms, and what was amazing is their whole families are volunteering. Everybody, and they're excited, and I'm excited. I think it's a huge event. In fact, to be honest, I didn't realize how big it was till I went up to Dufferin and met the people in Grenville who did last year. It's huge, and it's going to provide tourism and industry benefits to Kawartha Lakes. Up to 80,000 visitors will come to our community. They're going to spend money in our restaurants, our hotels, our service stations, our retail outlets, and purchase souvenirs and products to take home for themselves and their families. The IPM will create several fundraising opportunities for service clubs, church and youth groups, 4-H clubs, anything where they are going to provide assistance to us with parking, ticketing, ticket taking, transportation, or other related responsibilities of the event. It's going to leave our community with a financial legacy from our share of the revenues from gate receipts, sponsorships, and exhibitor and trailer park rentals. Benefiting from these funds, again, will be youth groups, hospitals, service clubs, and other organizations that our local committee will select, and I can assure you will distribute across Kawartha Lakes. And finally, Kawartha Lakes will experience a tremendous sense of pride in the accomplishment of a truly remarkable event that we will remember for a lifetime. And could you go to the next slide, please? Just to give you some other couple things before I tell you what our ask is. The buying power of our visitors. This is really significant, and this has been kept track of by the OPA. For farm supplies alone, visitors report annual expenditures of $72 million. So this is a huge impact economically with respect to farm supplies alone. And the next slide is just again, the plowing match in Rural Expo is highly rated by its attendees. The vast majority of attendees give the IPM very positive ratings, as you can see on these charts. And so we do have an ask, and similar to 2019-2020, and we will leave this behind for those that don't have it. I know that Mr. Taylor, our CAO, has a copy, but this is our partnership proposal. This is a partnership between the City of Kawartha Lakes, the Ontario Plowmen's Association, and the 2024 International Plowing Match and Rural Expo Local Committee. So we're asking for money to be set aside for in-kind on issues like garbage and recycling, sewage, water, building permits, and the like. So it's in our document. And we would like a interest-free loan of $35,000 that we will repay as soon as we raise funds in the fall of 2024, because the plowing match will be held October 1st to the 5th in 2024. So that's our request, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll see if there's any questions or comments for you. Get a motion to receive the presentation regarding the 2024 International Plowing Match, and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Councillor Smeaton and Ashmore. And questions and comments? Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I wanted to say I'm a city person, born in a city and then went to an even bigger city. And one of the things I loved when I came here, I won't be long, was the fair. And I was really disappointed when it moved, because I just loved that charm. And it just crossed my mind, so I thought I'd share it. As this city builds, that LAX that was moved to is now becoming the new little fair. And if it wasn't for people like you in these events, like, it's because of this that we're preserving that same small town charm that's been referred to in other presentations today. So it's really great that this is the new Fair Avenue hub, if you will, in my mind. And that's a compliment. It's very, very cool. And one thing that is interesting to me is I remember when my first year teaching, which was in Cardiff, Ontario, I took students to Niagara Falls. The first thing that happened for most of these students was when they saw the bridge at the Burlington Skyway. They'd never been out of Bancroft, Cardiff. That was what blew their mind, was the bridge. We hadn't even got to the falls. And it works in reverse. We often refer to people and culture and a small town person the first time they went to a baseball game in the city, the first rock concert, the first symphony, as if that's what makes a well-rounded person, but it works in reverse. And when city people come and they see this, they build their soul. They become just as well-rounded as a small town person does going to a big city event. And so I just want you to know I recognize that, and I think it's just great, and I can't wait. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Bob and Kathy. Thanks for coming today, and all the groups that are working hard to get this done. I was at last year's International Plowing Match and Rural Expo in Kentville, and it was really, really well done, considering the first one in-person event since 2019. And I know we've come a long ways. And when I went to your board there in 2019, it was in February. It was 5 years. It's sort of like getting in the Olympics, and we finally got them. And we had beyond our control delays in 2020 and 2021 and 2022, but it worked out. It's going to work out great. One of the things that you do well is when I was at the BMO Farm Family Award, and one of our farm families here, the Callahans in Rayborough, just east of Lindsay, they won that, and their local farm family. And it's great to recognize those farm families, which is really an amazing thing about this organization and this whole event. And it's not just farming, it's construction, it's landscaping, it's so many different types of businesses that are there, and they're promoted. And it basically leaves not only does it give a really positive economic impact right away, but down the road, and then it leaves a legacy for this community. So I think everybody's certainly looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and just to echo our fellow councillors' endorsement there, I just want to take a pause here. Everybody just, everyday life, we see numbers flash by us all the time, and it becomes a flood. Just stop and think about this for a moment. 80,000 people. Think about that. That's greater than our population of the entire Kawartha Lakes. That's taking the entire Lex Fair, it gets 20,000 people over 5 days, pushing that through every day at the Plowman's Match. So this is big, and thank you, Bob, for the comments there on the slide deck there on the economic spin-offs. Here's something else a lot of people may not be aware. I've got close to 40 years in event management, and I've met with Kathy and her group, and I can tell you they are well organized. They know what they're doing, and I'm super impressed. And I've been involved in a lot of different events over my course of my career, the good, the bad, and the ugly, but this is going to be an excellent one, and looking forward to it very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yes, thank you as well. And it's clear that the International Plowing Match here in Lindsay and Kawartha Lakes is in excellent hands. So thank you very much for stepping up and for presenting today, and also for this opportunity to showcase the leading economic drivers here in our area, as well as culture, as Councillor Smeaton mentioned. So that's fantastic. You mentioned the $35,000 loan. Just out of due diligence, I see that would probably likely be akin to a bridge financing loan, because you'll be raising the money by the fall. And just have you had any indications of the ease at which you will be able to raise those funds this fall?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Well, we'll have, it's for souvenirs to get started, and some farm leases for land for the Plowing Match. But the way in which we're going to market this event across the province of Ontario is through our souvenir team, We will be visiting other agricultural fairs and events and other local plowing matches across the province, and the big one that'll be held in Dufferin County, selling our souvenirs. So it'll have our logo with Kawartha Lakes International Plowing Match 2024 on it.
So I take it you have a high level of confidence that you'll raise the funds based on your experience in past events?
Absolutely. In addition to what Bob said, our original plan was to lease the Finney property right next door to the Lex to have our RV park there. And we know that, and one of my colleagues and I met with Mr. Finney numerous times over the last few years. He was 100% supportive, and he told us that should the property be sold, he would work that into some sort of, hopefully, an agreement. So that has happened. We met last week on the site with a representative of the developer. They are very much on side. So that will become one of our revenue sources. We will pre-sell our RV sites starting in September of this year. So that certainly helps our cash flow a whole lot.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm sure we'll be talking many times before next year. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? And that passes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming today. We'll take 10 minutes. Come back at 3:40, please. Item 6.6, addendum to the Old Mill Heritage Conservation District Study. Presentation, Emily Turner, Economic Development Officer. Welcome, Ms. Turner, and whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. All right. Just while the presentation gets queued up there, oh, there it is. Great. So I'm going to go through a few things with you this afternoon. So you've got a substantial report associated with this in your agenda package, as well as the Heritage Conservation District study that was completed last year. So just to give people some background on the project, since I know there's some new councillors who weren't here when this project was initiated, I'm going to run through just Heritage Conservation Districts, how they work, how the designation process works, the background on this project, and then the ask that is contained within the report today. Okay, next slide, please. Here we go. Okay, so let's get going on the background just to give people an idea about what we're talking about today. So a heritage conservation district is an area, neighborhood, group of buildings, features, or landscape which has heritage value because of its interrelated elements. So thinking about our heritage features that we look at on a day-to-day basis, we often think of a special building or a monument or a structure. Heritage conservation districts are areas that include a whole bunch of these things. So a downtown, for example, or a neighborhood, it's all developed around the same time. And when it's taken together, it forms this cohesive landscape that goes together and has heritage value. So heritage districts are designated as a way to help manage change in a community so that it enhances and complements an area's unique character. So the reason that we do this is because heritage district designation enables the council of a municipality through a heritage conservation district plan and through the various processes that we have for review, for alteration and development, to manage and guide future change in the district through the adoption of the district plan that I mentioned, which includes policies and guidelines for conservation, protection, enhancement of an area's special character. So I like to think of a heritage district plan and a heritage district designation as a kind of a specialized, localized planning framework that speaks to an area's heritage value and helps provide some building blocks and guidelines for where that area is going and the best way to grow and to build, while at the same time maintaining the things that makes it unique. So heritage conservation districts are designated by bylaw, and they're regulated through Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. So this Part 5 is just a section that's all about heritage conservation districts. It says how we designate them, processes for alterations and new development, permitting, appeals, all that kind of stuff is contained in Part 5 of the Act. Next slide, please. So why do we designate HCDs? There's a whole range of reasons that we do so, but the absolutely number one reason why we do this is to create a localized plan for growth and development that's centered on preserving and enhancing an area's heritage attributes. So one of the things that we recognize is that all areas are growing and changing as time goes on, and we want to make sure that we have a planning framework in place to make sure that that change is positive. It enhances existing heritage buildings while allowing for new growth. At the same time, heritage districts protect important historic buildings and landscapes. So we have a lot of really important heritage buildings in Forth Lakes. Some of them are in HCDs. Some of them are in areas that are potential to be HCDs. And so we designate those areas in part to protect those particular structures. Our Heritage Conservation District designations also provide design guidelines for construction and development. This includes alterations to existing buildings, but it also includes new development within an area. Whether this is infill housing, the creation or the removal and creation of new commercial or residential structures, there are architectural design guidelines in place through a Heritage Conservation District designation that ensure that that new development fits with the surrounding character of the area. We also, through HCDs, create an approvals process for change and new construction based on a Heritage Conservation District plan. So when people want to make those changes, they have to go through the HCD plan, they have to fulfill the guidelines, and there's a clear approvals process in there. On a sort of a much higher level, we like to enhance streetscapes, attractive neighborhoods, and also provide local cultural vitality and pride of place. One of the things about Kawartha Lakes is because we're an amalgamated municipality, and we're made up of a wide array of diverse communities, a Heritage Conservation District designation helps preserve that local flavor, those local heritage buildings that make our different communities across Kawartha Lakes unique and different from one another, even though they're part of this larger whole. So I'd just like to point out we've got a little cartoon on the one side of the screen there. That seems very silly, but it is a really inaccurate representation of why we do HCDs. We, at this point in Ontario, we have very little control over architectural design in our planning framework. So if somebody wants to build a gigantic mega mansion between two little historic houses like's on there, that doesn't fit, that bothers their neighbors, that nobody really likes, we don't really have too many tools to prevent that. And heritage conservation districts are a way of providing these local architectural guidelines to make sure that new development fits into a neighborhood and people are more or less happy with change and growth as it inevitably occurs, as it certainly is in Kawartha Lakes. Next slide, please. So under the Ontario Heritage Act, we have two different kinds of designation. So we have individual designation and district designation, and council we've seen lots of individual designations so far. They come through on a regular basis, as you all know. So they both provide protections to individual heritage properties through a bylaw, both individual and district designation. And in both cases, property owners are required to apply for a heritage permit to undertake certain kinds of work on their property. However, the one big difference is that individual designation only protects a specific property and its heritage features, while district designation introduces community design guidelines for an entire area. So if you're an individual property owner of a heritage property, that individual designation protects your property, regulates what can be done on your property, and nothing else around you. A heritage conservation district plan, however, if somebody wants to build a brand new house next door, it means that they also have to follow heritage approved architectural design guidelines so the two buildings fit together. Next slide, please. So heritage district designation is underpinned by legislative and various legislation and policy. In particular, the big four here that I've outlined. The first is the Ontario Heritage Act, which enables district designation and also guides how it's done. Policy-wise, district designation is supported through the provincial policy statement and the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, which direct municipalities to identify, evaluate, and protect important heritage resources in their communities, whether that's on an individual basis or through district designation as larger cultural heritage landscapes. And both the PPS and the growth plan speak to that. The City of Kawartha Lakes official plan is also supportive of the designation of heritage conservation districts, and once again directs us through our various planning mechanisms to conserve our cultural heritage resources. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving down to Kawartha Lakes, we have two heritage conservation districts in Kawartha Lakes right now. Both of these were designated in 2017. So the first of these is in downtown Lindsay, so this includes Kent Street, and then to Peel and Russell Streets, and then the cross streets from Lindsay Street South over to Victoria. So that's our downtown Lindsay HCD. And then we also have Oak Street in Fenelon Falls, which is a very small residential heritage conservation district. It includes Maryborough Lodge and the park, and then also the residential properties along Oak Street. So it's a very small area. So these were both designated in 2017. They both have specific architectural guidelines for new development, for changes to existing properties, and also processes in place to make sure that when people do come forward for heritage permits or for development review, that we can do that in an expedient manner. Next slide, please. So district designation is a substantial process. It takes place over multiple years, and there are two phases to it. And these are regulated by Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. So it lays out very specifically how we have to do this. So the first phase is a study phase, and then there is a plan phase. So the study, that's the first thing that we do, and effectively it is a background document that goes through the history and character of the area and recommends whether or not it is suitable for designation. So that is all the study does. It just provides that background information. It looks through various properties that are there, what style they are, when they were constructed, how the area developed over time, and then says, yes, this is suitable for designation, or no, it's not. Once that study has been finalized and adopted by council, We then move on to a plan process. So the plan is the document that provides guidelines to guide future development in the area. So it has high-level policies and objectives for the area, as well as the specific design guidelines. So these design guidelines go from very high level to, we want to make sure that new structures are compatible with existing properties, down to much more specific things, such as what kind of architectural features we want to see on new construction. The area is only designated after the plan is complete, and a bylaw adopting the study is passed by council. So once a plan is completed, it comes forward to council. Council reviews the plan, and if council decides, yes, we like this, we like how the plan is guiding development in this area, they adopt a bylaw, which then becomes the designation of the area. Next slide, please. All right, so here's a little flow chart that runs through it. It's a very big process. So we start with our initial identification. Staff and the Heritage Committee look through it, make a recommendation to council. Council says, yep, go ahead, start that study. We go through our study phase. Throughout that study, we do quite a bit of public consultation. And I'll speak about public consultation a little bit later and how that works through the legislation and also in practice. Once the study is complete, it comes back to council. Council endorses it. Then the plan phase starts. Once again, we've got lots of public consultation through the plan phase, where the policies and guidelines that are being drafted for the plan are run by the community, so that they can see what's happening and provide their input. And once that plan is finalized, it goes to council, the designation bylaw is passed, and that's that. That makes it sound very, very quick and easy, but it is, as I mentioned before, a substantial process that spans over multiple years. Next slide, please. Okay, so now to the project in question. So this project, which has been known alternatively as Old Mill or the Pumpkin Hollow Heritage Conservation District, just because of some opinions within the community, was initiated several years ago. So the area was first identified as having historic value during the Downtown Lindsay Heritage Conservation District study, because it was the original settlement site of Lindsay and contains a large number of historic homes. So this is the area where Purdy's Mill was originally located, where a lot of the early homes that were constructed in Lindsay were initially put. Some of our earliest businesses were constructed in this area, and then throughout the 19th century and early 20th century evolved into the area as we know it today. So throughout, that was in sort of 2015, 2016, but in 2018, a deputation was made to council from a member of the community requesting that the area be made into a heritage conservation district, and was accompanied by a petition from local residents, which was given to staff. Throughout 2018, 2019, staff did a lot of background research on the area, as council had requested that staff provide a report on, what to do next on this particular request that was made by the community. And it was recommended that the area did have a lot of historic properties. It had a substantial history within Lindsay that merited it being studied as a potential district. The Heritage Committee agreed with that assessment and recommended to council that the study proceed. So council authorized the study in June of 2020. And then the study was completed between June of 2020 and presented to council in July of 2022. And council endorsed this study and directed staff to develop a heritage conservation district plan for a portion of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So this is the original study area that we started out with in 2020. And it encompassed about 430 odd properties, including a number owned by the city, as there are some parks in there that we do own. So just since this map doesn't have the street names on it, obviously the Scugog River is on the north and east side. On the south, we have Durham Street East. And then on the western side is Lindsay Street South. So that's the neighborhood that we're looking at here through the study. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the study was completed between summer of 2020 and then summer of 2022. And this study is included in your agenda package. And as you can see, it's a substantial document that has a lot of information in it. So through this study, there was a history of the area completed. an analysis of the different kinds of buildings that existed there, and also an analysis of current city policy and how this aligned with the potential of creating the area as a future district. Surveys of residents and several public engagement meetings were also undertaken as part of the study process. So one of the chapters in the study is a community engagement piece, which speaks to the feedback that we got from residents in the area during the study phase. Through the study, we found that the area had significant historical value because it had the original settlement site of Lindsay with Purdy's Mills, and it also contained a large concentration of Victorian and Edwardian residential properties. These are constructed in a variety of styles, from our very large kind of high Victorian vernacular down to our vernacular properties. So the study recommendation that a portion of the area be designated as an HCD and then an HCD plan be prepared for this area in consultation with the local community. So I'll show you the sort of the reduced plan area on the next slide. But the other recommendation that was made here, and this was a request of a number of residents, although this is not finalized, since there's quite a bit of back and forth in the community on this, that the name of the area be changed to Old Mill Pumpkin Hollow. Next slide. Okay, so here's our HCD plan area. You can see it's substantially smaller than the study area. So this contains about 266, I think is the exact number of properties in this area. Once again, there's a few properties that are owned by the city in here. This is effectively all residential properties. There's a few non-residential, there's a couple of commercial buildings in here, as well as St. Mary's Church and the elementary school there as well. But what this area did is it excluded, there's a lot of modern homes kind of in the southeastern portion of this area. So it excluded those, particularly along Durham Street East, and it excluded the properties that face onto Lindsay Street South because there are a lot of commercial properties there. They have a very different character. So they were pulled out of the final plan area. Next slide, please. So at the moment, we're working on the HCD plan. And what this does is it provides policies and guidance to help guide future development in the area, as I mentioned previously. So there's two main components. The first and major aspect of the plan are design guidelines, both for new development and for changes to existing structures. So when I'm speaking of new development, what I mean is things like infill housing, which is probably something that would be likely in this area, as there are opportunities for that. But I also mean the removal of existing structures and the construction of new buildings for residential use. Changes to existing structures means the exterior of properties only. We do not regulate the interior of properties or interior renovation through heritage conservation districts. It would only be with major changes, not maintenance to the exterior of a property. The second component is high-level policies to guide future development. So these are high-level policies, things similar to what we would have in a secondary plan, for example. So a plan is a localized neighborhood plan and looks at an area through a heritage lens. So that's really what we're trying to do through this. And we're asking two main questions. What are the best methods to conserve this area's existing heritage structures, landscapes, and character? And how do we promote new development and growth while maintaining an area's historic character? So those are the two questions that we try and answer through an HCD plan. And that's what our policies and design guidelines are intended to do. Next slide, please. So this is our project to date. I'm not going to run through it, but you'll see that this is a multi-year project. It's been going on since 2018 when we got the initial study request. The study itself took over 2 years to complete. And then our plan phase, which was initiated last summer, is currently ongoing. So the plan has been worked on since summer of last year, and we'll soldier on. And if we continue on with this plan development, it's likely that it will be presented back to council probably in October or November of this year, so in Q4. Next slide, please. So I'd like to address some of the community feedback that we have from this particular project. So the designation of this area as a district is very controversial within the neighborhood. There are a lot of people who do not want this area designated as a district for a variety of reasons, but there are also vocal people who do want it designated as a district. It was initiated by a petition. There has been conversation that the petition was comprised of residents who were outside of Lindsay or outside of the neighborhood. This is not the case. The people who signed the petition were generally, they were in the area, or there were a couple who were immediately adjacent to it. So it is a petition from community members. That being said, certainly through the plan phase, we have had quite a number of people come out and voice concern and opposition to this particular initiative. That being said, one of the things that's important for council to realize is that under the Ontario Heritage Act, council does not require the consent of local property owners to designate an area as a district. District designation is a legislated land use planning tool, and council can use it at their discretion. Obviously, we would like everybody to be happy when we do this kind of work, but it's important for council to keep at the back of their mind that if council chooses to go ahead with a designation, they are perfectly entitled to do so, whether or not the residents support it or not. In terms of consultation, we have gone well beyond our statutory requirement. So under the Ontario Heritage Act, we are required to have a grand total of 1 public meeting at the end of the plan phase, which is virtually nothing and is not best practice, certainly. So throughout the study phase, we had 4 public meetings. And then throughout the plan phase, we have had 2 in-person and 2 Zoom meetings. The Zoom meetings are they're exactly the same as the in-person meetings, just on Zoom for people who can't make it, and so that we can record it. And also a variety of other consultation through the sending out of surveys, through paper mail, through using Jump In, et cetera, et cetera. So we have worked to get feedback from the community. We have spoken, I would say, only to a minority of people who live there, as most people who live in the area have not provided feedback. So that's just where we are in terms of what the community has said to staff on this particular project, and where council's responsibilities and abilities lie within the context of the Act. Next slides, please. Okay, so as we all know, Bill 23 happened. I've already talked about it to council, but this is really the reason why I'm here speaking to you this afternoon. So Bill 23 came into effect in November of 2022. There were quite a few changes to the Ontario Heritage Act. I've done an outline to council about it before, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but I will say and emphasize that we have to respond to these legislative changes. So we've got to comply with provincial direction, and that's why we're here. So next slide, please. There were a couple of changes related to Heritage Conservation District designation, and the biggest one is that we have new criteria for evaluating potential districts for designation. So prior to the enactment of the bill, the criteria that we used for evaluation when we do our Heritage Conservation District studies, it wasn't legislated. So there was a widely accepted standard that we used across Ontario, that most municipalities used, most consultants who were doing HCD studies used, which is the criteria that were used in the old mill study, which is attached to your report this afternoon. However, the province has decided that they would like to have consistent and legislated criteria for HCD designation across the province, which is actually, to be honest, is actually a really good idea. So we now have these new criteria. They're very similar to the criteria that we used previously. They're not exactly the same. There's fewer of them, and they fall into 3 categories instead of 6. And some particular areas, particularly with regard to natural features and with regard to the authenticity of an area, they have been removed in favor of criteria that speak directly to architectural, historical, and contextual criteria. These are very similar to Ontario Regulation 906, the criteria for individual designation contained in Ontario Regulation 906. So as you read through these, you will probably have seen them before because they're basically identical to what we use for individual designation. So we now have 9 criteria, and in order for something to be designated as a district, 25% of the properties in an area must fulfill at least 2 of them. That's actually a very low bar. So it gives municipalities a lot of flexibility to designate certain areas. and to ensure that even if there has been substantial change, new infill, modern properties constructed, that areas that do have substantial heritage value can be designated, even if they've gone through substantial changes over the years. Next slide. Okay, so what does this mean for us? Unfortunately, there were effectively no transition provisions that the province provided. So unless you had had your statutory public meeting at the end of the plan phase and had a bylaw ready to go, which we do not, you have to reevaluate. So for this particular project, the study had to be revisited and the evaluation of the district had to be redone. So in order to do this, when these came into effect on January 1st of this year, the plan process was paused to reevaluate the area. So I went back through the new criteria, had a look at all the properties in the area, and went through criteria by criteria to see whether or not the area still fulfilled the criteria and whether or not it could indeed be designated as a district at a future date. So the product of that revised evaluation was that the area does fulfill the new criteria, and it actually meets 6 of the 9 new criteria, which is actually fairly good, and that's mostly because the criteria are very similar to the old ones. So some of the criteria are pretty much exactly the same. So we are able to designate it through the provisions in the plan, and that's where we're at. So next slide, please. Okay, so, oh dear, I think I may have put the wrong wording on this slide. Okay, I will just, I'll just speak to it without the slide then. So what this means for this project is that we need to, actually, let's just go to the next slide. I think it's all on there. Yeah, sorry, I just messed up a little bit with the PowerPoint there. Okay, so what this means for us in our next steps is that we are basically back to a point where council needs to re-endorse the study. So because there's a new evaluation of the area, council must review it and endorse it as an addendum to the study in order for district development to proceed. So in order to undertake a plan phase under the Act, we do have to have a study and an evaluation endorsed by council. So this is our new evaluation. Council must re-endorse it in order for the plan to proceed. The plan is currently underway. Once the reevaluation had been done, the plan process has continued. But we can't really keep going and finalize it until council reviews and endorses the new evaluation. The staff recommendation is to do so. The reason that the staff recommendation is to endorse this, despite some of the issues that have arisen during the public consultation, is that this is consistent with the direction contained within provincial and local heritage policy. So our policy directs us to identify and preserve areas or resources, including cultural heritage landscapes, through districts that have cultural heritage value, as identified in the criteria. The criteria have identified that this area has cultural heritage value. So to comply with the policy, that would mean that the study would have to be endorsed and the plan would have to proceed. However, if council chooses not to endorse the evaluation, which is at council's prerogative, depending on what you would like to do with this particular project, the plan process will be suspended and the district designation process ended. So if this is the case, we would alert property owners in the area that would be the case. If people want to, say, pursue individual designation on their properties, they can certainly do so. But the district designation process would end. Should council wish to revisit this at a later date, they certainly would be able to do so. So the study's been done, the reevaluation has been done. If council chooses not to endorse this today and changes their mind down the road, that's certainly something that they're able to do. But in the short term, not endorsing the evaluation would mean the suspension of the project. Okay, that's it for the presentation. So I'm here for any questions or comments that you have. I can always provide more information on this, so feel free to ask away, and I'll do my best to give you all the information you need.
Thank you, Emily. So can ask questions or comments on the presentation, right? So all we're going to do with the presentation is receive it and forward it to the next council meeting. But if you have questions on the presentation, that's great. So Councillor Joyce, will you move that it be received and that it be brought forward to council for consideration? Seconder, Councillor McDonald, will you second that? No, on the report, when we get to the report. Okay, so we have a mover and seconder. Councillor Joyce, you have questions or comments?
Yes, and thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for a detailed report. Not really questions, just comments. On page 168, there's a lot of, very detailed data on all the surveys, stakeholder letters, public consultation meetings, but then it goes into the results. And it's, in general, most individuals who provided feedback through surveys, public meetings, blah, 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 are in support of, and there are a number of individuals who are opposed. I'd like to see the actual data. I want to see bar graphs. How many people were for and against, that type of thing. And the other thing is on page 190, I think we answer our own question here in your report here. However, this plan is significantly out of date with regard to how built heritage is approached at the municipality. The city should consider the creation of a new heritage master plan to reflect the municipality's current conditions regarding built heritage preservation and to focus on the plan of statutory heritage planning. So I think we kind of say it yourself right there, what our next course of action should be.
Councillor Joyce, that's into the report, right? It's not part of the presentation?
Right.
You're talking about the report.
Yeah.
Not the presentation.
Sorry, okay.
Okay? We'll get to the report.
All right, thank you.
Okay? Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. It was page 138.
You're into the report,
okay, yeah.
And we're doing the presentation. Okay, so let's do the motion on the presentation, then we'll go to the report and have Emily talk to the report, then you can ask those questions. Is that fine? Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments on the presentation? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Thank you. Emily, would you like to give us an overview of the report, please? That's item 6.6.1 on the agenda.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the report substantially goes over similar things that were discussed in the presentation. However, the ask in the report is related specifically to adopting the revised evaluation for the area. So just to make it very clear, the report is not recommending to designate the area. It's recommending to adopt the revised evaluation and continue with the plan process. So should council choose to do so, the plan process would continue. We would develop the plan, and then it would come forward to council later this year to make a recommendation on a final recommendation and decision on the designation. So this is just responding to the Bill 23 changes to evaluation with regards to heritage conservation districts.
Thank you. So we'll go back. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you to Emily, thanks for the presentation. Just on page 37 and 38, when you describe the St. Mary's Church and the precinct around it, being those historical areas, and then you had notable residences, but I believe it says 4 of them are actually designated. So these other residences on different streets, and I'm going to name them all, but have these been listed as the most important to be listed or designated? I think there's 11 of them here, from Mill Street to Glenelg Street, Russell Street. Because at one time, this boundary was going to go down to Durham Street, but then it was moved back up to Russell Street on the south part. so the area has been decreased, is that right, from the original plan?
Yes, that's right. So from the original study, when we did the study, the area that was drawn there, it was done as a rectangle just to make it easy, really, so that we knew that the study area would encompass everything that was important. So one of the things about doing a Heritage Conservation District study is that it's better to start with a larger area than to shrink it, than it is to do a study on a small area and realize it needs to be larger. So that's in terms of the boundary shifts. With regard to the notable properties that were identified, there are 4 individually designated properties in the area. Some of those designations are quite old. There's some of them that date back to pre-amalgamation. However, there are quite a number of historic homes within that area that have substantial cultural heritage value individually, as well as part of the area, as the neighborhood of the old, but just, as individually important properties for various reasons. So those were just identified in that list for future consideration and also just for information as part of the study.
Okay, thanks. And up on that sketch there, we saw one little property. I assume that's the Academy Theatre that's already been designated. And the other thing is, and much to people's amazement, is that the mill itself is not even designated. Is that correct, that the mill itself is not a designated site?
That's right. So the mill that we have in Old Mill Park, it's not the original Purdy's Mill. It's the Flavel / Needler and Sadler. It went through a few different iterations of ownership. It was constructed in 1869. The original Purdy's Mill was around the foot of Georgian Street. It's not there anymore. So the old mill that we think of is actually a newer one from the 1860s. With regard to the boundary, yes, the area kind of the bite out of it on Lindsay Street, that is the Academy Theatre. And then also the adjacent commercial buildings on Lindsay Street South. And the reason that those were not in there is because they are already designated as part of the Downtown Lindsay Heritage Conservation District. And under the legislation, Heritage Conservation Districts can't overlap. So they have to abut. So those properties can't be included in both districts.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes, today I'd like to make a motion that the report EDT 023-016, addendum to the Old Mill Heritage Conservation District study be received, that the evaluation of the study area under the Ontario Regulations 9-06 not be endorsed, that the development of the Old Mill Pumpkin Hollow Heritage Conservation District plan be suspended. If I get a seconder, I would like to speak to it.
You have a seconder in Councillor Smeaton. Hang on, I want to consult here. Okay, we're good to go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's talk a little slowly and talk about a little bit of history. May 2018, one deputation requesting a study of the Old Mill neighborhood be done because he believes there's a strong support in the community. 2019, in the fall, is when Emily Turner arrived in the city. The same deputation was given to the committee in October 2019, and then the staff started the research to see if it's feasible. Fast forward to June 2020, staff makes a presentation to council. June 23rd, 2020, a study begins. 4 public meetings, 6 to 14 people attended, mostly against. Jump in, very little feedback. Zoom, very little feedback, mostly against. All this data collection was done during COVID. Fast forward again to July 2022 to the present, the plan development is ongoing. So here we go. During my campaign, there was a lot of discussion on heritage. I didn't know much and have much knowledge on this subject, but after I was elected, I started to investigate, which gave me some history about how things start to develop in this area. which you just heard. Now, I'd like to tell you my history for the last 6 months. I have petitions here from 140 people against it. Numerous emails, all against. Numerous phone calls, all against. Meetings with residents at their home, all against. People moved in the area thinking about moving. Now they're thinking about moving because they don't want it designated. Letters sent out to residents for public hearings that they never received them. Unknown reason. Letters returned because the people are no longer there. People disagree with the name Pumpkin Hollow. And then there's other reasons and regulations, the cost, the control of their homes, and many more. In 6 months, I received one phone call, which was only 2 weeks ago. And he decided that he thought that maybe Heritage would be a good idea, but he also told me that he'll be moving in the near future and downsizing, and he won't even be in the area. And there was one person, okay, at the meeting, public meeting, that's, spoke on his property. 2 people in 6 months. I've had 140, I've had close to 200, and there's only 266 people in the area. So I don't know where all these people are that says they want this old mill Pumpkin Hollow. Then came along Bill 23, which were why we're here today, to evaluate based on the new criteria to endorse or not. Okay? The people want this study stopped. No one wants to be told where they can do or can't do with their homes, and they have been living in there for years or even just a short time. You know what their recommendations are? Their recommendations are we take those tax dollars that we're spending more and spend it more wisely on roads, parks, and crime in their area than this study. They believe that they have this right. So I believe the information and the history I'm giving you here today, that's what we need as councillors to make the right decision. But I also want to mention to the residents in the area that if they wish their house to be designated to preserve your house, it's a simple procedure. By an application, and it can be approved by Emily, and then it comes to council and we approve it. Please don't get me wrong. Heritage is important, but it can be accomplished in many other ways. Thank you, and if there's any questions, I'll take them.
Councillor Smeaton, you wish to...
Just as thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, just as a second, it's totally understood that heritage districts are a wonderful tool of preservation. Toronto has so many examples that are extremely visible. In this case, an overwhelming amount of constituents don't want this designation. Many have spoken. We're here, the suggestion is perhaps there hasn't been a lot of data. Many have spoken, it's just that they've chosen their councillor instead of a city-generated vehicle. So that would be my little addition to support Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? I have a couple of questions. Emily, you said there were several properties that were city-owned within the area. Is that correct?
That's right. I think there's 3 parks in the area.
So could those city properties could be declared heritage, could they not?
They could. The Old Mill Park is really the only one that on its own has some heritage value. So that would certainly be a conversation that the city could have, myself in conjunction with our community services staff, to discuss the potential for that. The other ones are just green space. They don't really have any features individually that would probably merit them being designated on their own. They're just they're in the area.
My thought was that down the road, should they be declared surplus or not needed and went up on the public market, that if they were designated as heritage, then whatever gets built or constructed on them would have to fit in with the neighborhood.
We actually can't do that. So we can only designate the property if it fulfills the Ontario Regulation 906 criteria. So with Old Mill Park, that's an easy designation. They certainly, the Old Mill being there certainly fulfills the criteria, and it's in the city park, so it applies to the entire parcel, and that would be fairly straightforward. With regard to not necessarily vacant parcels, but parcels that don't have specific heritage features on them. We can't designate them individually unless they fulfill the Ontario Regulation 906 criteria, which would be very challenging for a property that does not have some kind of very specific heritage feature on it, like the old mill, for example.
And if the old mill park was declared, would that cause Director Shanks and his group a lot of difficulties to do work and upgrades and things?
Not necessarily, no. We have a lot of designated city-owned properties. We have good internal communications with regard to that. I think, before a designation for the old mill came forward, we have an internal conversation between myself, Director Shanks, Manager Johnson, just to talk about how that would work going forward. But if that was something that council wanted to proceed with, then we could certainly have those conversations.
And individuals within this area have the opportunity, if they want to declare their property's heritage, to come forward as individuals and do so?
That's correct. So we have a process for people who would like to have their property declared heritage property. They would reach out to me and we would go through that. Once again, they would have to fulfill the criteria that the province requires of us. But it's fairly straightforward. I mean, council gets individual designations all the time. A lot of them are requested by the owners, so it would, it's something that we do quite frequently.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald, would you like to sum up?
No, I think I've made my point to the council. So I think that should do it.
Is everybody clear on the motion? Yes. Okay, all in favor? And that's passed. So Emily, I think we're on pause. But I think that the study is on pause. Thank you. Moving on. Item 6.7 is the $1 Million Makeover Overview and Update. Ms. Carly Arbor, Economic Development Officer. And there you are.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you. I'm just waiting, I think, for the presentation to come up, unless it's up.
We'll be there in a sec.
Sure. Just while it's coming up, I'll introduce myself to you. For those I haven't met, I'm Carly Arbor. I'm with the Economic Development team, and I am the one in our team who administers the $1 Million Makeover program. And so today I'm here really as an introductory to the program. It'll be new to some of you. And so giving you a bit of a history about $1 Million Makeover and where we have come from the beginning of the program since it launched. And then I'll do a summary of the 2020 intake for you as we go. I'm not seeing the PowerPoint presentation, but maybe you guys are. Ah, there it is. Great.
Off you go.
So thank you. We'll just go to the next slide. So as a brief background, just to get started, the $1 Million Makeover is a funding program that's informed by the Strategic Community Improvement Plan. It is the policy document that allows us to operate $1 Million Makeover. And community improvement plans, or CIPs, these are community planning tools used by municipalities to revitalize an area of a city or community through different programs, grants, or incentives. And so this specific CIP, it was adopted by Council in August of 2018, and it has been a very important program that has helped to encourage private investment in our commercial and heritage buildings throughout the municipality. Next slide. So we launched $1 Million Makeover as the public-facing program to implement the CIP And we held our first intake of 2019 in January of 2019. $1 Million Makeover is a grant and a loan program that's available citywide, though it does have a priority on downtown commercial districts. Since its inception, we have administered 2 program intakes every year. Next slide, please. So the application process, just to give you an idea of how it works, we have a streamlined application process that keeps it straightforward for both the applicants and the staff who provide input into the application review and approvals. So applications open and are open for 2 months, which gives staff lots of time to connect with nearly everyone who expresses an interest in the program, which we do to help them sort of pull together the strongest application submission that they can. We have a strong interdepartmental technical team that provide their expertise and comments to the steering committee to make their approvals. And this technical team is comprised of a number of staff that might be involved in the projects as they begin construction and move ahead. And then final approvals are made by the steering committee, which is comprised of the CAO, directors of development and corporate services, and the manager of economic development. They're responsible for evaluating and providing decisions on the submitted application based on the CIP policy established by council. There are a number of funding incentives listed on the slide there for you that are available through the program. Council has discretion to turn these on or off to align with city's current priorities. And in 2020, the Economic Recovery Task Force Action Plan had recommended opening up most of the CIP programs to encourage economic recovery through private sector investment. And so these funding programs continue to be available for both the grant and the loan streams. And this slide here shows the number of projects that are approved yearly. The interest has remained consistent year over year in the number of applications that are submitted and approved for funding. The turquoise bar there, you'll see we had a greater number of applications. This was really due to the pent-up demand for those who are aware of the development of the CIP and the funding program, and we're ready to get going as soon as the program had launched. And I'm happy to report here that we've seen distribution of project approvals span 11 different communities in Kawartha Lakes and approvals in every one of your wards. I think this here is my favorite slide that can help to show the impact of the program. The $1 Million Makeover, as I've mentioned, it acts as an incentive to support investment into local properties. And so for every municipal dollar that's granted, nearly $11 is put back into the community through private investment in the projects. So for grants specifically, the orange bar here is the municipal investment, and the turquoise bar shows the total investment of the projects. So the next few slides are going to focus on 2023. That has sort of brought us up to the program as a whole, what it is, how we've seen it distributed in terms of how the funding program works. But for 2023, I'm going to break out a subset of these numbers to give you an idea of what we've done this year. So there's 2 funding intakes that were administered. We had 10 projects approved, 4 funding agreements have been signed, and the remaining agreements from the most recent intake are in the process of being executed currently. And this chart here shows the breakdown of the 2023 funding that was approved under each program. Facade improvements remain the most sought after for grants year over year and intake over intake. So it's one that, it's a hot topic in the community, especially in our downtown cores. One thing that's important to note as part of the grant program is that it does only cover up to 50% of project costs. And as you've seen, many of the projects far exceed the matching fund requirement. And this shows the 2023 approved loans by program. Our loan funding stream, it does not receive as many requests for funding as the grants. In 2023, we had 2 loan requests that were approved for projects. Now, these projects are completing work under a number of our different incentive programs. They're able to stack them in their application form. And so you can see the distribution of the funding breakdown here. What we do notice similarly is that facade is a popular category, but also accessibility and building repair improvements. They tend to dominate the loan funding requests. And this is usually because those projects typically are a higher cost. And then again, here in 2023, you can see that the municipal contribution is only a fraction of the total investments into the community. Now we can look at charts and bar graphs sort of all day long and try and show you the numbers and how they impact the program. But I think ideally, to put these into context for you, I'll highlight some of the completed projects in picture form. So the first one here is a facade improvement project, which is in downtown Lindsay. This included repainting and a new awning. So you can see the before and the after of these photos. The next one is a signage improvement project in Lindsay, which is also a popular program, especially for those that are launching a new business or have been in there for a while and want to update their brand or update their vision for the community. This is the dry stone wall in Bobcaygeon, received a heritage conservation grant to restore 2 sections of the wall. And you were able to see some pictures of this in a previous presentation today. And then also heritage conservation. This is a residential restoration that included a chimney rebuild and brick repointing around the property. It's a heritage designated property, so you must be designated heritage to be eligible for the funding if you're a residential property. This property here used the funding to replace 2 windows with garage style doors. And this allows them to open up the restaurant in the summertime and help to activate the streets in their community in downtown Bobcaygeon. And then another project in Bobcaygeon used the funding to redesign their storefront to better align with their business brand. This is one of our first projects in Coboconk, where the applicant used the funding to update their facade and renew their entry. And then this was a brand new property owner in Fenelon Falls who took a long time vacant and derelict building. And they used the funding to renovate both the interior and exterior to create new spaces to rent in the downtown for commercial and residential. And then the last image here is a major building overhaul in Fenelon Falls that used a combination of grants to support their facade, signage, and interior building renovations. So ultimately, I think for this, the $1 Million Makeover, you can see it was developed as an incentive for property owners to get their projects started or to help them take their projects to the next level. But what we tend to see in both the visual photos of the completed projects, as well as in the numbers, is that the property owners in Kawartha Lakes, they're making significant investments into their buildings. And even when their total project's going to cost $2,000 or $1.2 million, this program is one that's well regarded to act as a tool that they look to for support and encouragement from the municipality to get their projects going and to get them completed. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from council on the presentation? I have a mover and seconder that the presentation regarding the $1 Million Makeover Program overview and update be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. And we have Councillor Joyce and Councillor McDonald. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that's passed. Moving on to the report. Would you like to give us a quick overview of the report?
Sure. I mean, the report really dives into lots of what you saw in the presentation, giving you a little bit more detail in terms of the projects that were approved in 2023, and a little bit more detail of where those are taking place this year.
Thank you. So I'll need a mover and seconder that report ED 2023-013, $1 million makeover program overview be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Moved by Councillor Yeo, seconded by Councillor Warren. No comments or questions? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 6.8, we have Manager Adam Found of Corporate Assets and Ms. Betsy Varghese, partner at Dillon Consulting, and they're going to give us a presentation on future waste disposal options and a study. Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Just give us a second and we'll get the presentation up, I think.
Do you want me to move? Okay.
You're good to go.
Great, thank you. So today I'm here to speak to you about the Future Waste Disposal Option Study. The study objective was to look at the different ways in which the city can manage residual waste or the black bag garbage once the city's existing landfill capacity is exhausted. The study was broken down into a number of steps, which are outlined here. So we looked at the background information, got an understanding of the current landfill facilities and the ways in which waste is currently managed within the city. We estimated the future quantities of waste to be managed, and then looked at 9 different alternatives, 4 that are related to alternative technologies and 5 that are related to landfill options. We developed evaluation criteria, we evaluated those options, and then came up with a preferred alternative. And then for that preferred alternative, we considered different implementation aspects that the city should be aware of. And we reported on that and met with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, and who had suggested that we then move forward with consulting on the preferred alternative, which is what we did, and that those results were summarized in a consultation report. So the purpose of the project had a few major drivers. The first one is related to decreasing landfill capacity, not only within the city's landfills, but also in the province. So the city generates almost 40,000 tons of garbage each year that gets disposed of at their landfill sites. And the main landfill, the one that receives the most amount of waste, is the Lindsay Ops landfill. That is expected to close between 2030 and 2037, and I'll explain that range in a few slides. The next purpose was about providing some focus. So doing this type of study, which is kind of essentially a pre-environmental assessment study, allows us to look at certain options, and then when an environmental assessment is initiated, you can then focus the EA on that preferred alternative. And the last thing is implementation timelines. It can take a number of years for an EA to be approved, and then following the EA, there's additional permits, approvals, design and construction that's required before that first lift of waste can be received. So a little bit of background on waste management in Kawartha Lakes. So slide there about the demographics. A challenge definitely is related to the seasonal population who are used to perhaps the way they manage waste in their home cities or towns. And then about 45,000 permanent residents. There's a number of different collection programs that are offered: residential recycling and garbage, the commercial waste, the non-residential waste, leaf and yard waste, batteries, mattresses, and appliances. The depots and the drop-off facilities handle and receive a number of different waste streams. They're listed there, a few electronics, textile waste like clothing, used clothing, clothing that can't be used any longer, bedding and so on, and household hazardous waste. This graph there, which might be hard to read, but is showing the residential waste diversion rate. So this is just for the residential waste that the city manages, and it's reported to the province every year. And so this shows that the residential diversion rate has hovered at around 35% for the last 4 years. In the city's Making Waste Matters report that outlines a number of different diversion initiatives, the goal and the target set was 70% diversion by 2048. So the city, when it comes to residential diversion, is at about half of that goal. And there's a number of different diversion activities that are taking place, which was outside of the scope of our study, but just to demonstrate that there are a few different initiatives that are going on: the move to clear bag garbage, assessing the potential for source-separated organics collection or the green bin program, looking at construction and demolition waste. It was a successful pilot program, which then has become permanent, textile recycling, and so on. So there's a number of activities that are going to try to get that number higher. In terms of what is currently managed, this is showing the amount of garbage that was received at each of the 5 landfill sites within the city limits. So the garbage received, the tonnages shows that Lindsay Ops handled just over 70% of all of the garbage generated in Kawartha Lakes, with the smaller sites taking on the rest. The expected closure date, that is based on the 2015 Making Waste Matters estimates, and shows that Lindsay Ops, like I said, is between 2030 and 2037, Fenelon Falls and Laxton due to close in the next couple years, and lots of capacity available for the smaller sites of Eldon and Somerville. Now, the range in the diversion rate has a lot of different factors. If diversion activities are really successful and we're successful in diverting that waste from landfill, then that extends the potential closure year. However, with 2 of the landfills closing up, that will require some redirection of the waste that would normally go to those landfills to perhaps Lindsay Ops and other landfills, filling that up faster as well. So there's a number of moving parts that can affect what that closure date is. This is a graph that's taken from an Ontario Waste Management Association report that shows what the remaining capacity of landfills is in the province as a whole. And so it shows 2 numbers there. The first one is at the end of the yellow bar, or the yellow filling, is when landfill capacity will be exhausted in the province as a whole if export of waste to the US does not continue. So that's happening as estimated to happen in 2032, and an additional 4 years is gained if we continue to send our garbage to the US. And right now that's about 3 million tons a year that's being sent to the US landfills. In terms of what's in the garbage bag right now, there was no data on the waste audit, or there was no waste audit data available for the city, but there is an organization, Continuous Improvement Fund, that does a series of different waste audits in different sizes of municipalities that have different characteristics. And so we were able to find a sample audit data set that is very similar to Kawartha Lakes. And based on our own understanding and conducting of waste audits, this is pretty typical of what you would see of what's in the garbage bag. So in the garbage bag, we would estimate that about half of what's in there are organics that could be diverted. About 10% could be recycling that could be diverted through programs like the Blue Box program. And only about 40% is actually true residual garbage. So with that in mind, the next thing we did was try to estimate and project the amount of garbage that would be remaining over the planning period. So we were looking up until 2048, and we were looking at different diversion scenarios. So we looked at what would happen if we stayed the same, and this is for all waste that's managed by the city, not just the residential fraction. But we looked at 4 different scenarios. Status quo, meaning no changes are happening from today. Increase the overall diversion rate to 35, 53, and 70% diversion. We didn't get into the specifics of how that diversion would be achieved, noting that, if it's 70% or even 53% is achieved, it's likely it's as a result of big programs like the SSO Green Bin program or programs like C&D, construction and demolition waste recycling, which takes up a lot of space and weight in the landfills. So when we did these different scenarios, taking into consideration population projections as well, and estimating what that future diversion potential is, this is the range in what would have to be managed over the planning period. So we were thinking about it from an overall tonnage requirement, and then also on an annual basis that would help us form a base assumption when we were looking at the different alternatives. So next, moving into options evaluation. So we developed evaluation criteria and looked at a number of different city strategies, the Making Waste Matters report, to help us align with other objectives and goals that are underway in the city. So we conducted a triple bottom line evaluation that looked at the economic, social, and environmental impacts, and the indicators are noted there. But we wanted to get a sense, obviously, of cost, wanted to look at the levels of risk, if it's a proven approach, if there's potential to collaborate, the effort that's required, and then environmental impacts like climate change, impacts to air and land, and nuisance impacts like dust, odor, and noise. So for each of the 9 alternatives that we looked at, we assessed under these different considerations. So an overall description, what is this technology or approach? What is what kind of materials does it typically handle? What comes out of that process? The costs, the pros and cons. Is it a proven, unproven, or in a pilot stage? And its applicability to the city. To help us guide us in the applicability to the city, we had a number of different conversations with municipalities and the private sector to see what the potential is. So one of those on municipalities was talking to some municipalities that have gone forward and looked at mixed waste processing as an example, and understanding from them on why they didn't proceed with it. And then another one is looking at 2 different energy from waste approaches. So one was a technology provider that services smaller communities and can handle smaller tonnages. And the other was an organization or entity that's looking to develop a partnership with municipalities east of the GTA using a technology that's similar to what's used in the Durham York facility, which is mass burn incineration. And based on our conversations with that organization, it was understood that it was still preliminary, where they were still trying to source out funding and project partners. But it's something to continue to monitor. So in terms of some assumptions that we made across all of the 9 alternatives, we looked at a range to help us with how much garbage, residual waste, would be requiring management on an annual basis. We assumed that the facility would only handle residual waste that's managed and generated within the city limits. If a new facility is being built, it would be located within the city, and that at a minimum, we would require an environmental compliance approval, or an ECA. So this is a very high-level overview of the different technologies and options that we looked at. So this slide looks at the alternative technologies. So there were 4 that we looked at: mixed waste processing, mass burn incineration, gasification, and pyrolysis. So the last 3 are commonly known as energy from waste technologies. And then what mixed waste processing is taking the garbage bag, trying to sift out all of the recyclables and taking out the organics and diverting those. So when we look at what some of the pros and cons, the red font at the bottom with the thumbs down are the cons, and the purple are the pros. So where the alternative technologies were noted as cons. It's the capital cost. It is a quite capital-intensive projects. Operational cost too for 3 of the 4 of them. The effort that's required, this is in terms of the staff's ability to run a facility like this, noting that this is a brand new type of technology. In terms of pros, the diversion impacts, it significantly reduces the volume of garbage requiring disposal or like final disposal. So that's where all of them did well on. Mixed waste processing and mass burn incineration, they are considered proven technologies, whereas gasification and pyrolysis are still in their infancy when it comes to managing municipal solid waste. And then the climate change impacts and the potential to generate energy are among the pros for the energy from waste technologies. In terms of landfill-related options, the 5 options that we looked at here were landfill expansion. So this was a generic assessment of expanding an existing city landfill. The next one looked at building a brand new landfill facility. Landfill mining looks at extracting a portion of the garbage, processing that, and then gaining that airspace. Exporting waste was looking at hauling the garbage to an external facility outside of the city's limits. And then privatization, so looking to have agreements with the private sector to take on a city asset. So in terms of pros and cons, on the con side, none of these contribute to diversion. So these are residual waste disposal options purely. And the costs for some of them are high, like for example, a new landfill where everything would need to be built from the ground up. The climate change impacts associated with exporting waste and landfill mining can generate lots of odor and dust, potential nuisance impacts as well. And then with exporting waste, of course, the kilometers traveled to move that waste out of the city limits. In terms of pros, the cost side compared to the alternative technologies is lower. The risk involved on landfill expansion, it's a facility that the city staff would already be familiar with. The effort that's required, the effort is a con on the landfill side of things because of the fact that an environmental assessment is required. And the land required, so that if a new landfill is being built or the privatization side of things, the city loses that asset. Sorry for the privatization. So, apologize if that's hard to read, but the main thing to see is that this is a weighted average of all of the options that we looked at. The best score or most preferred score that you could get is a 9. And a 3 for environmental, social, and economic. And so the option that came out with the best score was landfill expansion, followed by exporting waste and privatization. And I'll talk about some of the reasons why landfill expansion came forward as the preferred. So in terms of economic feasibility, that the operating costs would be similar or even less than what it is today. The capital cost is in the medium range. There's no ancillary features that would need to be, or very few ancillary features that would need to be developed. There's low risk because of the familiarity to city staff. In terms of social impacts, this is a proven approach in Ontario and throughout the world. On the downside, it does require a lengthy environmental assessment process and extensive consultation, where there could be many public concerns that come through from that. Environmental impacts. So on a positive side, with landfilling more, you can generate more landfill gas, which in turn can create more energy. The land requirements are unknown at this time because it would depend on the site that's selected and the method of expansion. So it could be a vertical expansion or a horizontal expansion. And it's assumed that the current practices to manage any environmental potential impacts would continue as it is today. Some other considerations looking under these 5 different categories. So on the financial side, the cost for environmental assessment can range between 2 and 5 million. The capital cost to conduct the approvals, permitting, engineering, design, and construction has also a big range depending on the method of expansion. And it's noted, though, that this isn't a one-time spend. This would be something that would be as each new landfill cell is developed, you would spend that money to develop that next landfill cell. And if you can defer the development of the landfill cell through more diversion, then that just defers those costs that are required to develop the next cell. In terms of environmental, like I said, horizontal expansion, that would depend on if it is pursued to go with a horizontal expansion, there could be a potential to clear vegetation and trees. In terms of social, there would be significant consultation and anticipated public concerns on the preferred approach. There would be minimal changes on the noise, odor, and traffic compared to today. Technical and operational things, so the city staff are familiar with this approach, and the construction and things like that wouldn't be able to begin until after the EA is approved and additional approvals and permitting as required. So this would require an individual environmental assessment, and which can take anywhere from 3 to 5 years. So at the closure of our study, we then went out to the public to share the process and the preferred alternative and seek some feedback. So the graphic on the right just provides a summary of the different ways that we tried to reach the public and stakeholders. So in March of last year, the jump-in page was created. We also had a project video and a study summary to just condense that content from the report into something that's a bit more manageable for the public to digest. We did an online survey, had stakeholder meetings, virtual open house, and an in-person open house. We summarized the results of the consultation in a draft report and met with the ministry and submitted our final report last fall. So just some of the engagement activities that were done. So we, in addition to what I mentioned, there was insert in the tax notice to make people aware of the project and to inform of the stakeholder engagement and public consultation opportunities. Social media, there was downloads of the study summary and views of the project video. And then there was a newspaper ad and a Global News interview to help promote the open house and the project. So in terms of what we heard, we had about 200 responses to the survey. And when we asked the question, how supportive are you of the landfill expansion, of just under 200 responses, about 60% responded that they were supportive or very supportive. We asked a follow-up question, why did you select how supportive you are of the preferred alternative? And those that were supportive said that because it's cost-effective, proven, and a familiar approach. Those that were unsupportive noted that it was due to the short-term solution and a concern of space requirements. We asked another question about if the city were to expand the landfill and if it allows it to extend its life, it gives the city that flexibility to explore other alternatives that are in process or that become viable during the planning period of the landfill. So we asked, are there other options that you would like to see explored? And about 56% supported mixed waste processing and 53% supported mass burn incineration of the 133 respondents. So in terms of next steps, looking to seek council approval to move forward with the preferred option, then the city would undertake terms of reference or develop that terms of reference for an environmental assessment study, followed by the completion of the EA study, and then implement the capital works as required. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we have some questions or comments. So, Deputy Mayor Richardson? Yeah, let's do that. So we'll need a motion to receive the presentation regarding future waste disposal options, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. So you're moving that. Seconder, Councillor Warren. So, Councillor Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, and thank you for the presentation. All of us sitting around this table, recognize how important this is with the surge in population coming. We also recognize the challenges because we are the second largest municipality, so geographically you've got a lot of restrictions. I do have two questions directly to your slides. Page 8, you brought up the mixed waste processing, how expensive that actually is. But also we made mention about food and organic waste making up 50% of those residential uses. So I was just wondering, to me, I think the move towards organic waste targeting is going to make up a big part of where we should be moving, because that's where the bulk of the waste is coming from. So I know next door, Peterborough, they're moving towards this waste-free and this organic waste thing, and they've got some low carbon economy funding from the government. So that's $6.1 million they received from the federal government towards their 15.3 in project funding. I'm just wondering if, when we are going through this study, have you ran across other municipalities that are thinking about partnering with other municipalities so we can actually start saving money? Or do you feel that this would be the best approach to actually start looking and investigating into moving into this model?
Thank you for your question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to clarify that are you referring to partnerships in general or for organics?
For
facilities?
organics right now, I just feel at this time, it's that 50% mark that maybe we need to start, having that fulsome discussion about.
I'm going to defer that question over here to Public Works. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Council is going to be receiving in June a report from Public Works talking specifically about source separated organics. We brought a report last year to seek some direction. We've gone through that process now. The Waste Committee has received that memo in general, but we're going to be bringing forward that in more detail to Council in June for some discussion around options there. So there are lots of options. I think there's 8 of them identified in there, all the way from, effectively a do nothing all the way through to a full-blown organic curbside collection program with processing. Obviously the costs are significant from one extreme to the next, but that will be reviewed separately by Public Works staff coming in June. This process here is really looking at long-term waste management regardless of quantity. It's looking at other alternatives.
Thank you, and exactly, we got to think about long-term. The other question I had was on page 10. We mentioned the lengthy time for an EA process. I know that the provincial government in March of this year started looking at improving timelines for comprehensive environmental assessments. Have you gotten any information on that, and how is that going to help the process? Because that is a very long window for an EA, and we've got to make decisions sooner than later.
Thank you for your question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. From my understanding, the requirements for an individual environmental assessment are still very similar to what it is today, which is that 3 to 5 year period. The class environmental assessments, I think, are what are being referred to in that streamlined approach. So based on my understanding, it's still in that 3 to 5 year window.
Thank you, and I appreciate that answer. It's just that it seems like every time we turn around, we're getting a new set of regulations through the province, so I just wanted to clarify that, so thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just wondering, maybe this is to staff, why SSO wasn't part of the scope in this, in that 50% of the garbage going into the landfill is organics. And just to give a little bit of background, 20 years ago, this is like, oh my goodness, 20 years ago, it was the same thing, that we're expanding the landfill, and we were told then that this would be the last expansion, and that was 20 years ago. And that we would be, at this point, you know, further down the road of having other initiatives. Gasification and pyrolysis was talked about back then. And so it hasn't really expanded. So it really isn't a choice. So, and I think we've already made that decision to landfill at this point. And you're just backing up the decision that was already made. So going forward, what we do with waste, I think, you know, we're starting to talk about mass burns with our neighbors and SSO with our neighbors. So I'm hoping, you know, in the next 20 years that we don't do expansions of landfill, because you still get, you know, leachate going into the river. So there are many reasons why you don't really want to do that. So, sorry, it just,
no,
you know, especially when we were told 20 years ago that that would be it. We wouldn't expand cells. And I was hoping that by this time we would be further ahead with SSO and whatever. Thank you, just a comment.
Okay.
My question is, why wasn't SSO part of the scope in the study? Because, you know, it's 50%. And so that might have had a part to play in some of the decisions. That's all. Thank you.
I can answer one part of that, and then if, Adam, you want to add on to that, you could. But through you, Mr. Mayor, the one thing that we did do is we did account for diversion to occur. So when we were looking at our projections and thinking about how much waste per year the facility would need to handle, we assumed that diversion would happen. So it wouldn't be that it's status quo today, that it's, you know, 35% residential diversion. We assumed that the overall diversion rate would increase. We didn't, I think what we ended up picking was somewhere in the middle of 50 and 70% diversion occurring. And we didn't attribute to where that diversion's occurring, but assuming that there is a huge jump like that, it would have to be something like organics collection. So in the planning of it, we were assuming that there would be better achievement done in waste diversion in the city, if that makes sense. I don't know if you want to add to that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Betsy is absolutely right. The study already assumes, or at least makes an assumption with respect to waste diversion. It's true that we didn't get into the details as to what would be the composition of that diversion, like how much of it's SSO, how much of it's C&D, that sort of thing, because that was not the purpose of this study. The purpose of this study is to recognize that no matter what we do for diversion, at the end of the day, there will be residual waste. It must be managed, it must be disposed of somewhere. And so this study takes that as a starting point and says, okay, how, recognizing that that is the case, how can we best dispose of that waste long-term, recognizing that we are soon going to reach our existing approved capacity for some of the landfills. So I hope that answers the question.
It does, and I think now that we're actually having conversations with other municipalities about mass burn, because that's really the only probably thing to do instead of keep landfilling. Anyway, thank you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. That was pretty much answered. The one thing I'd written down was my understanding was this was waste disposal, not a waste diversion presentation, and so that's been answered. The waste diversion is to support the fact that regardless, and that mass burning, all these questions that have come up, interestingly enough, really do come up at landfill. It's one of the reasons I like that committee so much. And one thing that I always try and narrow down so I can be helpful to people when they ask me questions is, what is the question I can't answer? And Director Robinson just did. And that's the one that keeps coming to me in Ward 5. Even all of this is so, big. It's a massive presentation. Excellent. People will always say, is it true that about half of my waste is organic? And my answer is yes. And the one thing they always say is, so why aren't we like Niagara? And they name their favorite towns where they have organic. So I always remember that. That's what I take notes on. It's like, okay, so what's the bare bones question that the people actually ask? And if I'm right, I think what I'm hearing and what I heard when I asked, because I asked these silly questions at landfill, is that we're going to be receiving a presentation in June that's going to be to that effect. And so that's the one thing that I just am sort of saying to the constituents, that they really do want to know, when are we moving towards something that they see elsewhere? And I just want to confirm that we are. And these are steps that are being taken towards that. The only thing that came to me that is different for me from anything I've heard at landfill committee and this whole presentation like that we received in the agenda, upwards to 2037, you said, for Lindsay landfill at a max. And my understanding that I've been telling the public is 2031 is where we're topped off. Am I wrong? This extra 6 years is new to me, and I'm not doubting it. I just want to make sure I'm reporting correctly. I know that in the report it mentions a couple extra years for Fenelon and Laxton. If that's extended, is going to help us. So I'm wondering if that's the connection, the logic there, just so I know that I'm in the know, because that's new to me.
For you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that question. And in fact, it builds very nicely on the challenges that Councillor Warren just mentioned, where perhaps some number of years ago, we had an understanding that this would be the last expansion because these newer technologies will come on board and that sort of thing. And so you'll see in the report, there are a couple of dates mentioned about the closure of Lindsay Ops landfill if nothing else is done. The first one is 2031, as you noted. So that's basically status quo. If things don't change, that's the expected closure date. With the minor expansions expected at Fenelon and Laxton landfills, that will add 2 years to Lindsay Ops because it delays the redirection of that waste to Lindsay Ops. So that puts the new date to 2033. And both of those dates, 2031 and 2033, are liberal in a sense that we say, okay, suppose nothing changed in terms of diversion rates, suppose nothing changed in terms of the composition of the waste and all of those other factors that lead to those numbers, then those are the dates that we would look at. So hopefully diversion does improve to a great extent because it does push out those dates. But what we need to do, to Councillor Warren's point, is try to work with dates that we think will safeguard our waste disposal system. And what we don't want to have happen is we run out of capacity and we can't provide waste disposal service. So what we try to do is then make those assumptions as safe as possible so that we don't have that situation occur.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. The last term I was on the Waste Management Committee, and yourself, Mayor Elmsley, and I, we went, along with other members, went down to the Durham York Energy Center, and I think we were there for about 7 or 8 hours. It was quite an amazing place. I know they're maxed out with Durham and York region. Those are highly populated areas, and they can't expand. But 4 years ago, we were to look at partnerships with Eastern Ontario, Peterborough, Havelock. It was to be in Havelock, but Peterborough, Northumberland, us, Kawartha Lakes, and to partner and build a facility close to this area. It could be in Havelock. That was the tentative area. But I'm pretty disappointed that we never really got any discussions going, or any fruitful discussions or anything going. It's always, now we're looking at landfill expansion, which is so 18th century technology. We're going to be expanding landfills, and we're looking at that. We're looking at new landfills I see up there. This is not going to go over good with constituents. And, you know, it's talking about the environment. If we're going to call ourselves an environment first municipality, by increasing our landfills and expanding landfills and looking at new landfills, it's not going to go over well. So we've missed an opportunity. We haven't missed it yet, but I really don't understand why we haven't really got our act together a lot quicker and started working on getting an energy center built ourselves or partner with somebody else, because expanding a landfill will not go over well, and it's not going to be good for the environment. I'm all for source separated organics, which is great for diversion, but in expanding landfills is not good.
Councillor, discussions on mass burns are underway. So I understand that 5 years ago, when it was brought up, there was no appetite in the other areas to go forward with it, so it was abandoned. But now there seems to be an appetite. There has been one Zoom call meeting on it, and there are others planned. So that is in the works, but it's early days.
But this motion today is basically charting our future for the next 50 to 100 years, is it not?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Are we not committing ourselves to a new landfill or an expanded landfill, primarily at Lindsay Ops site?
I think what we're doing is we're looking at, and there are other people here who can talk more knowledgeably than I, but I think what we're doing is we're hedging our bets, and we're saying, let's go with a safe option while we explore other things we can do. And if we find those other things, we don't have to continue to landfill. We can go to those other options. But I think we need to have something solid and concrete to go forward. I don't know, Manager Found, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, I do. So thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So as everyone knows, landfills are built incrementally, cell by cell, and so by no means, by approving this study today, are we committing ourselves to $50 or $60 million worth of cells. That's certainly not the case. And Mayor Emsley's completely right in that we are hedging our bets, and by pursuing this option, not only are we minimizing the cost for the city, but we are leaving the other options open to be pursued. And so that's actually one of the advantages of adopting this study, is that it leaves open those other options, and we can pursue them or not pursue them, depending on what council likes to do at that time in the future.
Councillor Joyce.
Yeah, can we go back to that bar graph slide, please? That one right there. It is hard to see. I just wanted to point out a couple observations I had there, and that is on the yellow part, which is social impact. If you look at export waste, it scores a 2.9 out of 3. I'm going to assume that's socially acceptable here. Was it measured where the garbage is going and their social impact? How are they going to accept it?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, it was just looking at it purely from the city's perspective.
Right. And if you look at incineration, it scored, oh, we lost
Sorry.
it. Yeah, incineration scored 1.8. I think I'm not a scientist with this, but I think with more education, that social impact graph would rise substantially, because incineration in Europe is widespread, it's very accepted. And I think with just more education, that bar graph might change there too. Also with incineration, it scores very low under economic feasibility, but we are already, at that one Zoom call, have talked about entering possibly a partnership with 7 other municipalities. So that blue part of, was it 1.4, could significantly change if the cost is spread across several municipalities. So I just wanted to put out that bar graph there. Lots of things can change as we go down this path on what's accepted and the right course of action in future waste disposal. Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Just quickly, many years ago, we talked about incineration, and in those days, there was no recycling, there was no composting anywhere, there was no diversion. So what they wanted to do was burn everything. So a lot of people did not buy into that. They wanted to blue box and do other things besides just burn everything. So it's good that we've evolved to having SSO and diversion and then just deal with the residuals. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? And that's passed. We're now on to the report, which is Future Waste Disposal Option Study. Is there somebody going to speak to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think so. I think through all of the presentation and questions, I think it's pretty well covered.
Thank you. So the motion would be that the report CA 2023-003 Future Waste Disposal Option Study be received, and that the Future Waste Disposal Option Study prepared by Dillon Consulting and attached to report CA 2023-003 as appendices A, B, and C be adopted, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. I have a mover and seconder. Councillors McDonald and Joyce. All in favor? And that's passed. We'll do the draft provincial planning statement, and then we'll take a short break, and then we'll get on with the rest of the reports. So we have Mr. Paul Pentakananen with us, and he's going to talk about the provincial planning statement, which we don't want to confuse with the provincial policy statement, and Bill 97 legislative changes. Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. I guess good evening, actually, already now. Good evening, Council, staff, all members of the public. So this is my first time speaking or presenting in front of you. It's actually 4 months since I started my role as Policy Planning Supervisor, and it's an honor to serve you and the community in this capacity. So in this presentation, I'll be providing a high-level overview of the Planning Report 2023-16 that goes into more detail about the draft new provincial planning statement and Bill 97 that was proposed by the province, specifically the Municipal Affairs and Housing. So as you know, the province has been making a number of changes over the past couple of years with its stated goal of creating 1.5 million new homes by 2023. This included the adoption of Bill 23 in the fall of 2022. Am I okay?
Excuse me. Sorry.
Not my fault, this is going on so late. Okay, everything okay? Okay. So Bill 23, which Council would have received a presentation and report on earlier this year. So after Bill 23's adoption, the province then began reviewing the provincial policy statement and the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And then on April 6th, so a few weeks ago, the province released a draft of the new provincial planning statement. And this new PPS aims to replace the existing PPS and the growth plan. And on the same day, Bill 97, the Helping Homebuyers Protecting Tenants Act, was also introduced and received first reading in the legislature. So this presentation, most of the focus will be on this new PPS and its potential impacts on the City of Kawartha Lakes. So these changes, they're still being proposed. They're in a consultation period right now, and comments are being received and accepted by the province through the Environmental Registry of Ontario until June 5th of 2023. And there still may be changes based on the comments that are received. In terms of, so just to give you a bit of a sense of where the PPS sits in the provincial planning hierarchy in Ontario, is that there's the Ontario Planning Act, it's at the top, and then just below that would be the PPS. So it's significant in that changes made to this PPS document, they need to find their way through to the city's official plan and zoning bylaws, which need to conform to the PPS document. So as I mentioned, there's currently a PPS, a provincial policy statement, that generally applies to all of Ontario. And then there is a growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe that's for the specific Greater Golden Horseshoe region that also includes the City of Kawartha Lakes. So the province is now proposing to consolidate these two documents and have one PPS to apply across the entire province. Sorry. So generally the policies the province indicates are grouped under 5 pillars. So generating an appropriate housing supply, making land available for development, providing infrastructure to support development, balancing housing with resources, and then implementation. The province indicates that the primary goal of the draft PPS is to increase Ontario's housing supply by streamlining policies, granting greater authority to municipalities, and providing flexibility to create more housing. This approach aims to address the growing demand for more affordable and diverse housing across the province. So on these next few slides, I'll touch on some of the specific areas and some of the changes being proposed in the new PPS, starting with housing, growth, and settlements. So first, the draft PPS is proposing to remove the population and employment forecast to 2051 that have been identified within the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe since 2006. So it is these numbers that municipalities have used to identify and designate land to accommodate their future growth. Though the province has indicated through proposed transition provisions that the 2051 growth forecasts are still to be used as a minimum in the interim, municipalities would still or would be responsible for establishing their own growth forecasts at the time of their next official plan update when looking beyond the year 2051. The new PPS also proposes new flexibility for new or expanded settlement areas by removing the existing restrictions of the growth plan and PPS, which have currently been prohibiting the creation of any new settlements, while existing settlement areas could only be expanded under the current PPS through a comprehensive growth management exercise and land needs assessment known as a Municipal Comprehensive Review, the MCR. The proposed criteria in this new PPS would be much less stringent on expanding new settlement boundaries as well. Next point is that the definition of affordable housing is proposed to be removed in the draft PPS, which could limit the ability for municipalities to target housing needs for lower income households. However, the definition of housing options is proposed to be expanded to encourage a wider range of housing types, such as various forms of additional residential units. At each official plan update, municipalities would be required to plan and designate lands for at least 25 years of gross, which is an increase from 20 years currently. As for other provincial potential impacts, these changes could lead to increased development pressures, perhaps a more contested planning approvals process, with a higher number of appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal, especially in cases where a local planning decision may not be supportive of a development. Additionally, as I already indicated, municipalities will need to take on responsibility of determining their growth forecasts, which, although it does provide local flexibility, it also means that these locally identified forecasts could also be contested. So one of the key features in the current growth plan has been the density intensification targets that is identified for municipalities across the region. Generally, this has been about 40 to 50 residents and jobs per hectare in new subdivisions in the designated greenfield areas, and for at least 40% of annual residential development to be within the built boundary of settlements, which was defined and delineated by the province as the area that was developed as of 2006. These targets, combined with the growth forecasts, they've been the key tools the province has been using attempting to contain urban sprawl and the outward growth of settlement areas, especially within the GGH region. So under the new proposed PPS, these targets would largely be removed, allowing municipalities to establish their own local targets. However, the draft PPS does suggest that the defined large and fast-growing municipalities, which are mostly within the GTA, which does not include the City of Kawartha Lakes, should plan or are encouraged to plan for a density of 50 residents and jobs per hectare, and then direct growth to their designated strategic growth areas. Similar to the potential impacts identified in the last slide, these changes would also likely result in increased development pressures, especially outside of settlement areas. This may lead to more urban sprawl and less efficient growth patterns, which could also result in greater fiscal challenges for a municipality as large in size as City of Kawartha Lakes, for example, to make those infrastructure investments to service this growth if it's more outward as opposed to inward. Additionally, implementing local density and growth targets could also prove to be difficult for municipalities, as they may also be contested and challenged without provincial policy support as a backing. Now, moving on to rural and agricultural areas, the proposed PPS would remove the provincial agricultural system and natural heritage system mapping that's currently within the growth plan. While the updates to the natural heritage policies, they're still being considered. The draft PPS also introduces more flexibility for development in rural areas, including residential lot creation on private services and severances for additional residential units when accessory to farming operations in prime agricultural areas. More specifically, the PPS is proposing that up to 3 residential lots could be created in prime agricultural areas, while each lot could also have up to 2 accessory residential units severed from that lot when accessory to a farming operation. These proposed changes are also likely to result in increased development pressures, especially outside of settlement areas. Though this will likely result in more housing options in rural areas, protecting agricultural land and natural areas from development could become more challenging. Now, touching on how employment areas and schools are addressed within the draft PPS, the revised definition of employment areas now excludes institutional, offices, and commercial uses, focusing more on the protection of industrial, manufacturing, and warehousing uses. The draft PPS also removes restrictions on employment area conversions to residential uses to allow them to occur at any time, even outside of a MCR or municipal comprehensive review. Additionally, the draft PPS encourages schools to be integrated into multi-use developments as part of complete communities. A potential impact of these changes is that may limit the types of uses that may locate in employment areas. At the same time, there may also be a loss of employment lands to residential uses. This could result in even more Kawartha Lakes residents having to commute outside the municipality for work. So just quickly touching on the overview of Bill 97, the Helping Home Buyers Protecting Tenants Act, which was also introduced on April 6th. Some of the changes within this legislation as they relate to rental replacement regulations, that the minister can prescribe regulations to govern the demolition and conversion of residential rental properties. Site plan control, well, Bill 23 removed site plan control from applying to developments less than 10 units. The province is proposing to allow for site plan control for developments of this size when they are within 120 meters of a shoreline or 300 meters of a rail line. Planning Act refunds, which was supposed to commence in January 1st of this year, has been extended to July 1st. Employment area definition is being refined as mentioned or summarized on the last slide, just to align with removing commercial and institutional uses from employment areas. Changes as they relate to interim control bylaws, that appeals may now be filed at the time of the initial passing rather than only at the time of extension. Residential Tenancies Act changes, granting tenants additional rights regarding window AC units, termination of repairs or renovations, and increasing fines for landlords. The province indicates that these changes aim to help home buyers and protect tenants, while also streamlining the planning process and providing greater flexibility for municipalities to address local needs. So staff has been reviewing the draft PPS, and our initial draft comments are identified in the report. This slide summarizes some of those key areas of concern and interest as they relate to balancing growth, ensuring that there's still this balanced consideration for the environment, natural resources, farmland, and cultural heritage, while still accommodating more housing. As it relates to municipal control, still ensuring that as municipalities are empowered to make their local decisions, that fiscal constraints are respected as well, and allowing municipalities to determine what is an appropriate levels of growth and servicing levels. When it comes to density and intensification targets, ensuring that as municipalities establish these targets, that there is provincial policy basis to support that. The definition of affordable housing, that staff recommends that the current PPS definition that ties affordable housing to an income threshold be maintained. And when it comes to employment areas, that removing or refining the definition that may actually limit or constrain economic growth by restricting flexibilities. So last slide, as it relates to next steps, is that these comments will be refined based on any additional input from council and other town departments and submitted to the province before the ERO posting closes. And in the meantime, staff will continue to monitor the consultation process and other changes, such as to the natural heritage policies. As a result of the new PPS or awaiting the changes, the city's growth management strategy has been paused as we await the finalization of the new PPS, which is anticipated to occur this fall. And then once the new PPS is in effect, we will then need to implement the changes in our official plan, and we anticipate beginning this process towards the end of this year. And with that, thank you for your attention, and I appreciate the opportunity. And either myself or Director Hawley would be happy to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I apologize for the delay in the beginning. Councillor Warren. Well, first, can we get a move to receive and forward to the next council meeting? Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor Richardson. Go ahead, Councillor Warren.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. And I was just looking at page, I think it's 10 of 11, or maybe it's 9 of 11. Or maybe I'm getting mixed up too. This is on the comments from staff. Is that not? No?
That's
Okay,
in the report,
that's the
right?
next one. Okay, there you go. All right.
Councillor Ashmore, on the presentation, not the report.
I'll do the next one.
Okay. Anybody got anything on the report? Oh, Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Thank you. And just the one question, right from the very last slide, you're going to, when you mentioned you're going to start putting this in the official plan in 2023, these things don't happen overnight. So, like, what's the time frame we're looking at to update an official plan when all this is settled and these appeals or these we're commenting periods are over and everything? So what are we looking at for this to become official? Like, are we looking at 2-3 years down the line?
Do you want to take that, or do you think Director Hawley would?
I could start. Yeah, typically, yeah, an official plan update process, they can last 2, 3, 4 years in some cases. But if, yeah, Richard, Director Hawley has anything further to add.
Yes, certainly. Through the mayor to the councillor. Yeah, official plan review is probably going to be, I would probably guess, in the 2 to 3 year time frame. There's a lot to include, although you know, it may be shortened based on the amount of stuff they're taking out of the PPS. One of the things that this sort of opens us up to is we have to now come up with some of the numbers on our own, and they have to be defensible as well. So it's, you know, in as much as, you know, we sort of like our own autonomy, and we don't like the prescriptiveness in the growth plan. They've taken a lot of that stuff out now, so we have to come up with our own defensible numbers, and they have to be defensible so that they can withstand any appeal to the OLT. So some of those numbers are going to be in, we can still use the provincial population numbers, but if we go higher, we have to have defensible numbers. We also have to come up with a reasonable approach on intensification within our core areas, and we will probably have to have some work around that. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, it does help, because that's what I thought of it. They were trying to speed this stuff up, and so I didn't think there was a miracle was going to happen overnight and we're going to get a new official plan, because I don't believe our last one is completed yet. That was 12 years ago, so, or 11 years ago. So thanks for the answer, Richard.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
My question was an official plan question, if I could now or afterwards. Yeah, thank you. Through you to Paul. As far as official plans, every municipality has a different official plan, and I'll give you an example. In this municipality, developers can't build higher than 8 stories, where in Peterborough they can go 30 stories, so over 400 feet high to build a building. That makes it really difficult to compete, between each other or have, uniformity. How is that going to work, this whole thing, when you've got, everybody has a different official plan and different rules for every municipality? I know it's a loaded question, but I just don't know how this is going to work out, have everybody playing by the same rules.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, to the councillor. And that's where the intent of these changes is, that as much as it's one harmonized provincial planning statement across the province, it still is each local official plan. That's still, there's that flexibility built in to identify what is an appropriate, you mentioned height limits, what is an appropriate height limit within Kawartha Lakes. And of course, that has to be aligned with your water, wastewater master planning processes as well too, to ensure that there's that servicing infrastructure in place. So it's at that local official plan level that then the uniqueness of each community will be considered.
Director Hawley.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the example in Peterborough is classified differently under the current growth plan than City Kawartha Lakes is. Peterborough is identified as a growth center, hence they've got the higher story policy in their official plan now. It is an upper limit whether or not there's going to be a lot of 30-story buildings built. I think probably if you get 10 to 15, that would probably be high. There are factors of economics that sort of come into it as well. I mean, the bigger, the taller the building, the more underground parking that you have to have. And that starts to factor into whether or not you can actually achieve those kinds of densities as well. I read in the paper the other day there that they just approved a 6-story building and, very low parking ratios as well. So, I think if you build a 30-story building in Peterborough, you're probably not going to have as much parking, or it'll be very expensive to do. I think the policy balances that we have here, I think, are probably quite good. Given our economics here and sort of given sort of the overall building size. I mean, we've recently approved a couple of an 8-story building. We have another proposal for another 8-story building in downtown here. We do have one for 11 stories as well that we're reviewing. So the higher buildings are coming here, but we aren't classified as a growth center. Hence, the minister hasn't given us that higher density. So hope that helps.
Deputy Mayor Richards.
Thank you, and through you. And I think that just spurred on another question for me. And welcome, Paul, and thanks for being our policy planner. Good to see you. Just what would after we're just discussing that, what you just brought up, so what is the actual impact of them removing that municipal comprehensive review? Because that's your cornerstone for your growth plan. So what are you anticipating that impact's going to be?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think it'll still be a review of it'll still be an official plan review. They're just simply saying you don't have to go through that land needs analysis phase. So right now the province has a 109-page document or 111-page document that prescribes how you go through a land needs assessment, right? They've scrapped that. However, likely most municipalities will still need to use some sort of tool similar to that to figure out their land budgeting and sort of figure out where the people are going to go, what densities they're going to live at, and how much additional land you're going to need. Before, when I was down in Durham Region, that's sort of how we did it as well. It wasn't sort of like the land needs analysis, but you sort of had to do some kind of analysis as well. So that will still be present, so that we can base our servicing and transportation off that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? And that's passed. We now move to the report. Is there anything you wanted to highlight it from the report? Or it's basically in your presentation? So look for a mover and seconder for the report as printed. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor McDonald. Any, Councillor Smeaton, you had a question?
I'm glad to know we're not a fast-growing municipality. That's good to hear. The one question I had was just about probably, nice to meet you, by the way, Paul. It could be for either you or Director Hawley. In the report, the major transportation station areas, we weren't deemed there yet. Anticipated timeline as we grow to the 2051 numbers, and assuming that things go well with the MTO and we start building into GO and all those kinds of things, 5 to 10 years from now are we looking at, or are we looking now as a council that should at least be thinking ahead to these kinds of things, even though we're not now, but we're pretty soon to be, I would hope, in that category. Am I naive? Oh, sorry, whoever. Yeah.
To the mayor, to the councillor, I think the major station areas are sort of designed like the major transit stations in the GTA. So I don't think we're going to be getting there by that time frame. So.
And the only other one quick thing was the schools in the report. I just was curious, are we entering into a phase now, either of you, where the autonomy of a school board, will we be starting to see conversations now with, say, the director of education and the mayor and that kind of thing in terms of, the allocations of schools? Like we've had this chat, we often have a lot of data that they could benefit from. We're curious about where they're intending to go with the 2-year allocation. We could know ahead of time if they knew what their plans were. When I read Bill 97, I saw glimmers of potential there. Is that true, that we may be entering into a phase where school boards and municipalities are finally speaking to development together?
Through the mayor to the councillor, we do try to have discussions with them already, just so that we give them a heads up of what's coming. But obviously more dialogue is always helpful. So.
That came across wrong. I did not mean that in any way, shape, or form. If something should be in place that isn't. When I was reading the bill, I wondered if the mandate will now be maybe good, maybe not good, where those conversations are part of the equation. That's what I was wondering. So sorry if that came across totally wrong. I just was curious if that is part of Bill 97.
I did have a conversation with the chair of the school board on Saturday, and we exchanged cards and we'll be talking. Councillor Warren.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if somewhere, as some of our comments, we can squeeze in somewhere urban green spaces. So is that anywhere possible? I guess that's the question.
The mayor to the councillor, yes, we can try to include a comment in that regard.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor for the report as printed, and we have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Perry.
Just to note that I'm hosting a public information session in Ward 3 at 7 tonight, so I will be not returning after the break.
Thank you. Let's take 10 minutes and we'll come back and finish the agenda. Call the meeting back to order. 1 minute early. And we'll move on to reports. And our first report, item 7.1, Off-Road Vehicle Traffic Monitoring Program. Manager Aaron Sloan. Whenever you're ready.
So this report here is a midterm report, just providing an update to council to the ongoing pilot road use project for ATVs. The project originally started in May of 2022, and which ATVs were permitted on a number of highways and roadways across the municipality, connecting Lindsay and Pontypool, Omini, Cameron, Janetville to the Victoria Rail Trail system. So in this report, you'll find details basically around enforcement, both with my team and with the OPP and the Kawartha Lakes Police Service. And Public Works has also conducted a traffic count on a portion of the trail as well. So there's some numbers there to be reviewed. So that's basically the report in a nutshell. It's short and sweet. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Let's get a report, or let's get a motion that, as printed, that the report be received and brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Councillor Smeaton, Deputy Mayor Richardson, and Councillor Warren, you have a question.
Through you, to Aaron. Thank you, Aaron, for the report. How does one complain if, I've had this question asked to me, if ATVs are on other roads besides what's legislated or what we've brought in by bylaw? So how would you do that? Would you just phone in and just say, listen, there are ATVs running up and down my street? How do you do that?
So that's a great question. So through the mayor to the councillor, yes, you can. There's really two ways to complain. You can complain to the local police service. They enforce the Off-Road Vehicles Act directly and the regulations around that act and use of the roadways. However, they can also complain to us. If we collect certain data around that and can assist in the investigation and enforce the road use bylaw if they're in an area that's not permitted.
Any other questions or comments? We have a motion. All in favor? And that's passed. Moving on, item 7.2. High water bill relief. Linda Liotti. Hi, Linda. Did you want to speak to this, or is it self-explanatory?
I think it's self-explanatory. It's really kind of just a follow-up to a request that came forward for release for the Woodville Lions Club. I can quickly walk you through if you wish. I don't know if council's had an opportunity to review the report. This does fall outside of the high water bill policy. Essentially, we've had requests for relief. I understand that repairs were done. This is a non-for-profit organization that's requesting relief. There's a couple of different recommendations that are being brought forward for council's consideration. The one being that we would apply the policy as it stands with a couple exceptions in terms of the two billing policies, the two billing periods that we would cover, and that will result in a relief of $810.55. If council chooses to not look at both bill periods and look at one, again, as per the policy, that would change the relief amount from $810.55 to $646.53. And then another option would be that council adheres to the policy as it's written, and no relief would be provided.
Thank you. Let's get a motion. Councillor Joyce, do you have a motion?
Yeah, do we have, in process, we accept this and then I make a motion?
Yeah, if you want to move it as printed.
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
So.
Okay.
Do you want to make a motion?
I want to make a motion. I'd like to motion that we make an exception and allow a relief of the full amount of $1,500, and I can expand on that once I get a second.
Well, let's see if you got a seconder first. Councillor Ashmore. Go ahead and speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to emphasize that this medical center was built by volunteer monies from the community, the Lions Club, and other private donations in the community. It continues to be supported by the community through private donations in the Lions Club in operations, and it's a medical center, a very important part of Woodville. They identified the problem rather quickly, fixed it, leaky toilet, and I think just in lieu of this situation, they pay their property taxes like everybody else. You get revenue that way. That council consider they're hit with their normal water bill average will be $115 per cycle, and these two high billing periods adds up to a little over $1,600. So I'd just like to make an exception here, given it's a nonprofit, given it's a medical center, of giving them relief of $1,500. Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore, do you want to speak to it?
Just similar to what the mover said there. This is a one-time thing. That's they did their due diligence and they repaired the situation. They were right on it, and they know that it's not going to happen again. But I mean, I think it'd be prudent that we help them out here just this one time. I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? We have a motion on the floor that the motion is that council approve relief under the high water bill adjustment policy of $1,500 as a one-time exemption for the property owners, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Our next item is 7.3, which is a proposed heritage designation, 1821 Victoria Road, Geographic Township of Eldon. And Emily Turner's back with us. Did you want to say anything about this property, Emily? Or is it pretty self-explanatory?
I think it's fairly self-explanatory. It's all in the report. This is just for anyone who's not familiar with the property. It's a large general store in Victoria Road, and at one time it was believed to be the largest general store in Canada. So I mean, we can't prove it, but that's probably true. So it's certainly worthy of heritage protection.
Thank you. Anybody want to move the motion as printed? Councillor Yeo, Councillor Smeaton. Councillor Yeo, do you want to speak to it at all?
Just briefly, it's a remarkable building, and I wouldn't doubt it was the biggest one because it's quite a structure. So it's good to see it protected, in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton, do you want to speak to it?
I'll just say, as I did to Emily, it was also the Museum of Temporary Art that a good friend of mine, Michael, who's passed since, one of the most brilliant, I throw the word genius around with maybe 3 people I've met. He was certainly one of them, and I used to take my son to go see it every time we were in Kirkfield to watch what installations he'd done. So although he's not there anymore, I suggest anybody go see this building. It really is. It's a really, really awesome piece of heritage. So just my personal for me.
Councillor Warren?
Just on that, I've been there over the years for different events, and it was quite a special experience, and that'll be missed. Good memories. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next item is also, Emily's still with us, heritage designation of 1011 Portage Road in Eldon. That's the Sir William Mackenzie Estate. Anything you want to say, Emily?
Once again, I think it's all contained in the report. Just one note with this one is that this property is associated with the National Historic Site designation. So this would align our municipal protection with the recognition conferred on the property by the federal government.
Thank you. I have a mover and seconder as printed. Councillor Yeo, Councillor Warren. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Yeo?
Yeah, just a remarkable building, and so much history here, and everything from former prime ministers right up to good ghost stories if you want. So it's just a remarkable place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, do you want to say anything? No? All right. Anybody else? Nobody? All in favor? And that's passed. Item 7.5 is the Arts, Culture, and Chambers Resiliency Fund and the Chamber of Commerce Resiliency Fund. Is Donna with it? Oh, we have Manager Rebecca Mustard. Oh, Donna is here as well. Good. Did anybody want to speak to this report, or stands on its own merit?
It does, and this report is in follow-up to the 2023 Council budget decision to create a one-year operating grant funding program for arts and cultural organisations and chambers of commerce. So the full amount of this fund is the $200,000. And a note that this report is only dealing with that 2023 $200,000 fund. There is a report that's coming to you later on in the year, as you've requested, for an ongoing operational fund for cultural organisations, for you to consider that as part of the 2024 budget. So this report is providing you a framework to fund the 4 chambers of commerce, suggesting an amount of up to $20,000 each. And then it's also providing a framework to fund arts and culture organisations. And so Donna is here to give you an overview of that section of the report.
Good evening. So the fund, I'm sure as read, is modeled after the 2021 Recovery Fund. So it's based on previous year's expenses, and it does include a sliding scale of up to 20,000. It's for fixed and salary costs. So 120 of the 200,000 is allocated for arts and culture, and there is an easy reporting schedule with the allocation, and up to 12 to 15 organizations are probably eligible based on the fact that you need to be registered nonprofit, or not registered, sorry, a nonprofit within the city limits, and you need to have an arts and culture focus, serving both the municipality and its residents.
Thank you. So, Councillor Warren, do you want to move this? Councillor Smeaton, are you seconding? Fine. Councillor Warren, go ahead.
Yeah, through you. So thank you. This is really, when this came to the budget, was a great idea. So there's an organization in Bobcaygeon. It did some arts and culture, Environmental Action Bobcaygeon. So I'm wondering if they would come under this, because they've done all sorts of different initiatives with culture, but also environmental initiatives.
Well, I would, normally we speak to every applicant that comes in,
And so we're able to really sort of dig down to figure out sort of how they fit. And if they do certainly have an arts and culture heritage mandate and provide that service to the municipality, then for sure we would figure out their eligibility in that way. I'd have to really speak to them, and certainly they provide their financial information from the previous year, and we would know sort of through their mandate and their vision and mission if they sort of fit that arts and culture and heritage designation.
So just on that, I mean, they did the stack wall in Bobcaygeon, which is a cultural initiative, but mostly they do environmental initiatives. So I don't know if that's too narrow or whatever, but I'll get them to reach out. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. Councillor Smeed.
Does the, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, the arts and culture focus mandate, does it apply to the $80,000 BIA as well? That was asked of me, and when I read it through, I wasn't crystal clear. I know the 120,000 of the 200 is for arts and culture. The $20,000 times 4, each of the BIAs, is there an arts and culture attachment to that necessarily? My understanding was no, but I wanted to make sure I answered correctly.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, correct. So the $20,000 for the 4 organisations is for chambers of commerce, which would not actually include the BIA. The 4 chambers of commerce.
I meant chamber, sorry about that. Yeah, I meant chamber.
Oh, chambers, yep. So no, we've split them out intentionally for you for the purpose of this, so that they would not have to have an arts and culture mandate as their organisations, because it specifically requested chambers, but chambers typically don't have an arts and culture as their primary business focus.
Thank you. Seeing nothing else, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? And that passes. Moving on, item 7.6, support for Cannabis Act. Thank you, Rebecca, and to Donna. Moving on, support for Cannabis Act review, Kelly Maloney. Good evening.
Good afternoon. Good evening. I was going to say afternoon, members of council and Mr. Mayor. Just pleased to bring this report to you. It came in the form of correspondence from the County of Huron and was also supported by the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus to open the Cannabis Act for review. Some of their main concerns relate to the licensing for production of cannabis for medical use and by designated persons for the personal growth categories. When we created our cannabis bylaw here through Manager Sloan in our municipal law enforcement, we focused and did include on some concerns about setbacks for those medical facilities and the recreational production facilities that were very much the focus at the time. So we did incorporate setbacks. Some of the concerns that they're raising in the correspondence, though, are related to those somewhat smaller operations that will infiltrate potentially more closely to residential and other sensitive receptors. We've identified those types of setbacks, as I say, for some of the larger licensed facilities. And just as a side note, to my knowledge, we don't actually have any licensed producers for the recreational or medical licensing here in Kawartha Lakes. So any of the growth that we're dealing with is on the smaller personal scale or as designated growers or potentially unlicensed growing. So I think that their concerns are noted there in the report, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. And we'd just like to, from the Agriculture Advisory Committee, to support their request to open the Act.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
I'll move it as printed and just a comment after if I get a seconder.
Councillor Warren.
Thank you, through you. Thank you, Kelly. When this came across my desk on March 10th of this year, my eyes did light up because, as we know, I worked really hard with city staff back in 2021 getting it on the radar because we didn't have anything in place because the federals made a decision regarding the Cannabis Act, which passed down to the province and then down to the municipality saying, okay, guys, you need to figure it out. So we were off the hop, and like in 6 months we had something put to the ground because we were getting inundated with planning applications for these type of operations. And the one thing I comment on, Kelly, you exposed the additional inquiries from municipalities, what they're looking for. And the one that really stuck out to me was that these applications to Health Canada must comply to all local municipalities before the license are even approved. To me, that really stuck out. So this is a good support. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thanks. Through you to Kelly, and also another point maybe you could clarify is that similar to telecom towers, we have no say over licenses, whereas this is sort of similar, where they get these federal licenses, whether it be medicinal or recreational, whatever use the marijuana production is. This way we'll be notified then, hopefully, if this is amended or this legislation goes through, that it'll be more, we'll hear these applications and potentially where the locations are going to be in this proposed legislation.
So I believe the recommendation or request is that there be notification added for the personal grow and the designated grow licensing. Currently, for the medical licensed facilities and the recreational production facilities, they do have a requirement to notify, and some of those requirements are what's lacking for the other type of licensing. So that's what they're seeking at this point. It's a request to open the act for consideration of these types of concerns.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? And that passes. We're now on to memorandums, and the first memorandum we have is regarding an electronic speed sign program. And the memorandum is from Councillors Yeo and Deputy Mayor Richardson. Somebody want to speak to that, or you just want to deal with it?
I'm thinking you can do this one, Councillor Yeo.
Yeah, no problem. Up here in the north, and I know as well as many councillors around the table, we have lots of cottage associations and people on unassumed roads, and they're always going on about how they want speed signs and people are driving too fast, and it's never them, it's the workers and going on, and so these speed signs, these digital speed signs, it seems to be something that everybody would like to have, but they're expensive. So I was talking to the deputy mayor, she can add to this too, Tracy can add to this, but our thought, or my thought, and I think she has the same thoughts, was wondering if with our buying power, if we could get some sort of deal on these things, and then as a cost recovery program, supply these to these associations and roads and various groups and people, like the Lions Club in Woodville bought one and stuff like that. So, and make it maybe a little bit more affordable for them and be cost recovery for us. So it's just an idea. Tracy can talk more about it.
Thank you, and I agree completely. And I think, just in the last year, there's been a lot of new technology with the smaller signs that are, solar driven. And I have had quite a few community members reach out to me saying, I would love to purchase one of these for our area as a sponsorship. So, and also in that memo, we did regard making that waiving of the lease agreements between the cities. So I think this is a great memo, and it's about partnerships. So we're looking for your support. Thank you.
Cute. So I'm assuming the two of you are moving the motion as printed, right? So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? And that's passed. Our next one is item 8.2, which is a memorandum regarding support for Bill 74 for emergency needs of vulnerable people. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and if I can get a seconder, or however you want to work it, I would like to speak to it.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I'm bringing this memo to council today just to show our support for Bill 74, which is for the emergency needs of vulnerable people. Currently, 32 municipalities have supported this change in the alert system. As it currently sits, it is actually called the Draven Alert. It's critical that we show our support of the enhancement and changes required in the City of Kawartha Lakes. This initiative is a result of local families working hard to make changes, and it's only fitting that we support and act upon. MPP Taylor brought Bill 74 to the House this past March. The current provincial government took it off the floor and sent it to the Committee of Adjustment to review and provide amendments. Bill 74 suggests implementing an alert system for those with special needs who leave family custody. The creation of such a system is warranted in the province of Ontario. It's key that the amendment emphasizes vulnerable persons generally, not just children. The result being that those with cognitive disabilities, neurodivergencies, are also accounted for. Support this memo, and this memorandum is a critical time when time for things to happen in the province, so we need to send this letter. City of Kawartha Lakes has recently adopted the Missing Children Society Canada Alert Act, and we are the very first municipality in Ontario to do so. This is a great first step, but more needs to be done, and these changes need to happen. Bill 74 is currently sitting. The resolution to the provincial government is to support and act upon making these changes as soon as possible. We all support the Draven Graham family and all the local families that are fighting for this change, and I'm looking for your support today.
Cute. Councillor McDonald, do you want to say anything?
She kind of said it all. I support it. It's such a great cause, and I think we need to step up and make sure that we support this and help the families that need it.
Cute. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed unanimously, except for Councillor Perry's not here, but I'm sure he would support it. The next item we have is a memorandum regarding repairs on Pot Shore Road. And I can speak to this one, but I'll need a mover and seconder to bring it forward to as printed. Basically, this road is a very small road, and it's been beaten up over the years. And Councillor Perry would like it included as a decision unit in the 2024 budget if he can't get it in the life cycle extension program. We have spoken to him and he's willing to swap a road in the life cycle extension program if that's possible, and that's coming to council on June 5th with the roads. So we'll know then, or if it could be done in the fall on if there's residual funds from the road work done this summer. So essentially, if it doesn't get done this year, it's being referred to the 2024 budget for consideration as a decision unit. Councillor Warren? Okay. Is there a seconder? Councillor Joyce? Any questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Can I see the hands again? That's passed. The last item is Councillor Yo's memorandum regarding drainage easement on Greenwood Road at Rush Lake. Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, just briefly, just a little bit of history. Staff has looked at this area many times, and they've come to the conclusion that they wanted to put one easement at the lowest point, and the property owner has been arguing the fact that you can't put it there. He goes, through the middle of his cottage for one, and two, the outlet would actually be below the water level in the lake by the time you got drainage at this low point, if you left it at this one spot. So he wants, and the neighbors and there's people on board, and they would like to see 2 or 3 easements along the way to help the burden, because right now he's dug his own ditch, and every year the road still washes out. Every year we're pouring money into upkeeping the road. So they just want a drainage study. I don't even know if it needs a study. They want something done. And so this is the step to get it on the books and get it looked after and find a solution with the people and get some easements and stuff in there and fix the problem once for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Smeet, do you want to speak to it? No? Okay. All in favor? And that's passed. We're down to the end here. You probably want to stick around, but do I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Warren, Councillor Yeo, all in favor, and we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.